Welcome to War Sleep Stories. Today, we will be listening to relaxing war stories and sounds to make you fall asleep, but before that, kindly like and subscribe. Thank you.
The story of Operation Barracuda. The city of Bangui lay under the shadow of despair. For years, the Central African Republic had endured the oppressive rule of Jean Bedel Bokassa, a man whose extravagant self-proclamation as emperor masked the brutal realities of his reign. By 1979, whispers of rebellion stirred in the narrow streets and markets of the capital. The emperor's crown, once a symbol of unchecked power, now sat precariously atop a regime crumbling under the weight of its own tyranny. In Paris, behind closed doors, French officials plotted an operation they hoped would bring an end to Bokassa's rule. Dubbed Operation Barracuda, it was a mission cloaked in secrecy and fraught with risk. France had long been a patron of Bokassa's government, but the emperor's increasingly erratic behavior, culminating in the massacre of protesting schoolchildren, made his rule indefensible. International pressure mounted, and President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, himself entangled in the Diamond Affair scandal with Bokassa, faced no choice but to act. As the first rays of dawn crept over Bangui on September 20, 1979, French paratroopers prepared to descend on the city. Operation Barracuda was set to begin, and with it, the fate of an empire would be decided. The streets of Bangui, once echoing with the cries of the oppressed, now waited in an uneasy silence for the storm to come. The air was stifling as Captain Alain Dumont adjusted his radio, his fingers steady despite the tension that gripped the French command post. Reports from reconnaissance units confirmed that Bokassa was no longer in Bangui. The emperor had fled to Libya days earlier, seeking refuge with Muammar Gaddafi. This was the opening they had been waiting for. At precisely 4 a.m., the first wave of French paratroopers descended on Bangui's Mpoko airport. Their boots hit the ground with a muted thud, the faint hum of the aircraft fading into the early morning darkness. The operation had begun. The soldiers moved swiftly, securing the airport and establishing a perimeter. The city lay eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. In the heart of Bangui, the presidential palace loomed, a symbol of Bokassa's decadence and power. Just months earlier, its halls had echoed with the laughter of the emperor's lavish feasts. Now, it was empty, its grandeur diminished in the absence of its master. French forces approached cautiously, their weapons at the ready. Inside, they found evidence of the regime's excess: gold-plated furniture, abandoned uniforms, and hastily packed suitcases left behind in the chaos of Bokassa's flight. As dawn broke over Bangui, the city began to stir. Word of the French occupation spread quickly, and small crowds gathered in the streets. Some cheered, their joy tinged with disbelief. Others watched warily, uncertain of what the future would bring. For the soldiers of Operation Barracuda, there was no time to reflect. Their mission was far from over. By midday, David Dacko, the former president overthrown by Bokassa in 1966, was reinstated. Under French escort, he addressed the nation from a hastily arranged press conference. "The nightmare is over," he declared, his voice steady but his eyes betraying the weight of the moment. Yet, even as he spoke, the challenges of rebuilding a fractured nation loomed large. The streets of Bangui awoke to a strange quiet. The usual bustle of vendors setting up their stalls and children rushing to school was replaced by an uneasy stillness. Those who dared to venture out were met with the sight of French paratroopers patrolling key intersections, their presence a stark reminder that the city was no longer under Bokassa's control. Marie, a market vendor, clutched her basket of vegetables as she navigated the narrow streets. For years, she had sold produce to survive, enduring Bokassa's oppressive taxes and the constant threat of his soldiers' cruelty. Now, as she passed a group of French troops, she felt an unfamiliar mix of fear and hope. "Are they here to help us?" she whispered to a fellow vendor, her voice barely audible. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a young boy named Emmanuel wandered the deserted roads near the presidential palace. Just weeks earlier, his school had been the site of a horrific massacre. He had lost friends and teachers in the bloodshed, and the sight of Bokassa's flag being torn down stirred conflicting emotions within him. The soldiers, foreign and unfamiliar, seemed like saviors to some but invaders to others. As the day wore on, Bangui began to show signs of life. People cautiously returned to their routines, their eyes darting nervously toward the French patrols. Inside the French command post at the airport, Captain Dumont scanned reports of sporadic skirmishes outside the city. "The countryside won't accept this as easily as Bangui," he muttered to his lieutenant. The capital might have fallen without a fight, but the battle for the soul of the Central African Republic was just beginning. David Dacko stood on the balcony of the presidential palace, gazing out at the city he had once ruled. His return to power was not the triumphant moment he had envisioned. The palace felt alien, its opulence a reminder of the man who had occupied it before him. French advisors surrounded him, their voices blending into a cacophony of strategies and warnings. Colonel Jacques Morel, the French officer leading Operation Barracuda, addressed Dacko with a tone of authority. "Monsieur President, the people need to see stability. If you falter now, everything we've done will be in vain." Dacko nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. His reinstatement was engineered by France, and he knew his position was as fragile as the peace they were trying to enforce. In the streets, resentment simmered among Bokassa's loyalists. Many had fled into the countryside, vowing to regroup and fight. French intelligence reports hinted at the possibility of guerrilla resistance. At the same time, local leaders questioned Dacko's legitimacy, viewing him as a puppet of the French government. That evening, Dacko addressed the nation via radio. His voice was steady, but the weight of his words was palpable. "We have endured great suffering, but together, we will rebuild. The Central African Republic belongs to its people, and its future will be written by us all." The speech resonated with some, but for many, it was met with skepticism. The scars left by Bokassa's regime were deep, and healing them would take more than promises. Beyond the capital, the dense jungle became a refuge for those loyal to Bokassa. Colonel Jean-Louis Nganda, one of the emperor's former commanders, rallied a small group of fighters in a remote village. "The French think they've won," he growled, pacing before his men. "But this land is ours. We'll show them that Bokassa's spirit lives on." The jungle, with its labyrinth of paths and thick canopy, provided the perfect cover for resistance. Nganda's forces launched small raids on villages, targeting those they believed supported the new regime. Fear spread like wildfire, and villagers fled toward Bangui, seeking safety under the French occupation. Inside Bangui, news of the raids reached Captain Dumont's command. "They're testing us," Dumont said, examining a map of the affected regions. "If we let them gain ground, we'll lose control of this operation." French troops prepared for a counteroffensive, knowing that fighting in the jungle would be a grueling task. Meanwhile, civilians caught in the crossfire faced harrowing choices. Marie, the market vendor, housed a family fleeing from the violence. Their stories of burned homes and missing relatives haunted her. "This isn't over," she murmured to herself, staring at the horizon. Not yet. The golden throne still stood in the palace, untouched amidst the chaos. It was a grotesque reminder of Bokassa's coronation in 1977, a ceremony so opulent it shocked even his French benefactors. Soldiers who had stormed the palace earlier in the week whispered about the throne, a symbol of arrogance and tyranny. Sergeant Jules Leroy, a French paratrooper, stood before it one evening, his rifle slung over his shoulder. "It's absurd, isn't it?" he said to a fellow soldier, gesturing toward the throne. "Millions spent on this, while people outside were starving." His comrade, Corporal Etienne Blanc, shook his head. "This is what we're cleaning up," Blanc muttered, the mess of a man who thought himself a god. Across the city, the people of Bangui remembered that coronation well. Emmanuel, the young boy, had been too small to attend, but his mother often spoke of the spectacle with a mixture of awe and bitterness. "Bokassa crowned himself in gold," she would say, but our stomachs remained empty. Emmanuel now looked at the palace as a fortress of suffering, its grandeur forever tainted. The French troops knew the throne room would become a focal point of curiosity and resentment. Colonel Morel ordered it locked and guarded. "Let's not give the people something to fixate on," he told his men. But the throne had already become a silent witness to history, one chapter closing, another beginning. Not far from Bangui, the barracks that once housed Bokassa's imperial guard stood abandoned. The men who had served the emperor had either fled or been captured, leaving behind a grim trail of evidence, weapons caches, interrogation rooms, and hastily buried bodies. French investigators combed through the site, documenting atrocities. Among the investigators was Lieutenant Claire Dubois, a young intelligence officer tasked with cataloging the horrors. She found herself drawn to a series of tattered notebooks, filled with the scribbled confessions of prisoners. "Names," she murmured, flipping through the pages. "These are names of people who disappeared." Each name carried a story, each story a life extinguished under Bokassa's reign. In the city, civilians began speaking more openly about their experiences. Marie, the market vendor, shared her memories with a French journalist. "They came for my husband at night," she said, her voice trembling. "They said he was a traitor. I never saw him again." Stories like hers were everywhere, people who had suffered in silence, now daring to hope that their voices might finally be heard. But not everyone was eager to face the past. David Dacko, now in power, hesitated to delve too deeply into Bokassa's crimes. "The people want justice," he confided to Colonel Morel, "but if we expose too much, we risk tearing this country apart." It was a delicate balance, and one that would define the fragile peace. Though Bokassa was gone, his presence lingered like a ghost. Rumors spread that he was amassing support in Libya, plotting a return to power. In the countryside, his loyalists invoked his name to rally fighters. To some, he was still Papa Bok, a paternal figure who had shielded them from foreign interference. To others, he was a monster whose return would spell doom. Colonel Morel monitored these developments with growing concern. "We can't ignore him," he told his staff during a strategy meeting. "As long as Bokassa remains a symbol, he's a threat, not just to the Central African Republic, but to the legitimacy of this operation." The French government agreed, quietly beginning diplomatic efforts to ensure Bokassa stayed in exile. Meanwhile, Emmanuel wandered the streets of Bangui, now filled with murals and slogans denouncing the emperor. One wall bore a haunting image of a lion, Bokassa's symbol, crossed out in red paint. The boy stopped to stare, a question forming in his mind. "What happens if he comes back?" he asked a passing soldier. The soldier, caught off guard, could only shrug. "We won't let that happen, son," he replied, though his voice lacked conviction. Bokassa's shadow stretched far and wide, and even in exile, his grip on the nation's psyche remained unbroken. The people of Bangui could celebrate his fall, but they knew their struggle was far from over. As weeks turned into months, the challenges of rebuilding Bangui became increasingly apparent. The infrastructure was in ruins, the economy shattered, and trust in leadership at an all-time low. David Daco's government, propped up by French support, struggled to assert itself. Marie found herself at the center of the rebuilding effort, volunteering with a group of women to clean up markets and distribute food. "If we wait for the government, we'll starve," she told her neighbors. Her resilience inspired others, and soon, small acts of collective effort began to restore a sense of normalcy. In the French command center, tensions flared as Colonel Morel clashed with local officials. "We're here to stabilize, not to rule," Morel reminded them. But the line between support and control blurred daily. French soldiers were now seen as both protectors and occupiers, a dual role that invited resentment from a weary population. Amidst these struggles, the question of justice loomed large. Survivors of Bokassa's regime demanded accountability, but the fragile government feared reopening wounds that had barely begun to heal. For every step forward, there seemed to be two steps back, a fragile foundation upon which the nation's future would precariously rest. In the dense jungles beyond Bangui, whispers of rebellion echoed through the canopy. Colonel Jean-Louis Nganda, once a trusted commander of Bokassa, had taken refuge with his loyalists. From their hidden encampment, they plotted a campaign to disrupt the new regime. Nganda's men moved under the cover of darkness, raiding villages and ambushing supply lines. One night, Nganda addressed his fighters by the light of a flickering campfire. "They think Bokassa is finished," he growled. "But his vision is alive in us. We will show them that the Emperor's spirit cannot be extinguished." His words roused a roar of approval, but even among his men, doubts lingered. They had seen Bokassa's brutality firsthand, and not all were eager to return to the days of his iron rule. In Bangui, news of the jungle raids began to spread, sowing fear among the population. Civilians who had hoped for peace now found themselves caught between the new government and the remnants of the old regime. Marie, the market vendor, heard stories of refugees fleeing the violence. "It never ends," she muttered, her heart heavy with despair. For the French forces, the raids presented a new challenge. Captain Dumont received orders to lead a reconnaissance mission into the jungle. "We can't let them regroup," Colonel Morel instructed. "If we lose control of the countryside, we lose everything." The soldiers prepared for a grueling campaign, knowing that the jungle was as much their enemy as the rebels themselves. The dense jungle seemed alive, its sounds and shadows conspiring against the French patrol as they moved cautiously along a narrow path. Captain Dumont led the column, his senses heightened with every step. The heat was oppressive, and the soldiers' uniforms were soaked with sweat. Insects buzzed incessantly, adding to the growing tension. Ahead, a scout raised his hand, signaling for the group to halt. Dumont crouched and scanned the area, his eyes narrowing on a clearing up ahead. "It could be an ambush," he whispered to his lieutenant. The patrol waited in silence, their weapons at the ready. After what felt like an eternity, the scout motioned for them to proceed. As they entered the clearing, a sudden crack of gunfire shattered the stillness. Bullets tore through the foliage, and the soldiers dove for cover. Dumont barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Return fire. Watch your flanks." The rebels were well hidden, using the jungle to their advantage. The firefight was intense but brief, with the rebels retreating as quickly as they had attacked. When the gunfire ceased, the soldiers regrouped and assessed the damage. 2 men were injured, and the rebels had disappeared into the jungle. Dumont clenched his fists, frustrated by their elusive enemy. "This is their home," he muttered. "We're fighting them on their terms." The jungle campaign had only just begun, and it was already proving to be a formidable challenge. Back in Bangui, tensions between the French forces and the local government began to surface. David Dacko, struggling to assert his authority, grew increasingly wary of the French presence. "How long do they plan to stay?" he asked his advisor during a heated discussion. "The people are starting to see them as occupiers, not allies." Colonel Morel, too, felt the strain. His troops were overstretched, juggling the tasks of peacekeeping, counterinsurgency, and supporting Dacko's fragile regime. In private, he confided in Captain Dumont. "This isn't what we signed up for," he admitted. "We were supposed to stabilize the situation, not run the country." Meanwhile, resentment simmered among Bangui's citizens. While some welcomed the French presence as a guarantee of safety, others saw it as a reminder of colonial domination. Marie, the market vendor, heard rumors of protests brewing in the city. "We need to be careful," she warned her neighbors. "If we turn against each other, the rebels will win without firing a shot." The seeds of distrust began to grow, threatening the delicate balance that had been achieved. Both the French and the Central African government knew that any misstep could plunge the country back into chaos. As the months dragged on, the cost of Operation Barracuda became increasingly evident. French troops patrolled tirelessly, their faces marked with exhaustion. The raids in the jungle continued, each skirmish draining resources and morale. Supplies were stretched thin, and the harsh conditions took their toll on the soldiers. In one remote village, a French medic named Pierre Lambert tended to wounded civilians caught in the crossfire. A young girl, no older than 7, clutched his hand as he cleaned a deep gash on her leg. "It hurts," she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. Lambert smiled gently. "I know, little one. But you're very brave." Moments like these reminded him of why they were there, even as the mission seemed increasingly futile. Back in Bangui, Emmanuel, the young boy, watched as his mother distributed food to families in need. "Will things get better now?" he asked her, his voice filled with hope. She paused, looking out at the bustling market. "I don't know," she admitted. "But we must keep trying." The price of peace was steep, and for many, it seemed an unattainable goal. But amidst the hardship, small acts of kindness and resilience offered a glimmer of hope. The people of the Central African Republic, though battered and bruised, refused to give up on the dream of a better future. The streets of Bangui were restless. Protests began to stir in small clusters, fueled by whispers of discontent. While some blamed the lingering French presence, others targeted David Dacko's government for failing to address the country's dire economic conditions. The excitement of Bokassa's overthrow had given way to frustration as the challenges of governance loomed larger than ever. Marie, now one of the community's informal leaders, found herself mediating disputes between vendors in the marketplace. "We must stick together," she urged, her voice steady but weary. "Fighting among ourselves will only make things worse." Still, the weight of uncertainty hung heavy in the air, and tensions simmered beneath the surface. In the French command post, Colonel Morel reviewed reports of the growing unrest. "This isn't just about Bokassa anymore," he said during a meeting with his officers. "The people are desperate, and desperation breeds chaos. If Dacko doesn't step up soon, we'll have another crisis on our hands." His words carried an air of inevitability, the calm before a storm he couldn't prevent. Dacko, too, felt the pressure. During a late-night conversation with his closest advisors, he voiced his fears. The people see me as France's puppet, he admitted. How can I lead when they don't believe in me? His advisors offered little reassurance. The truth was evident, Daco's position was tenuous, and without decisive action, his government's days were numbered. The jungle was alive with the sounds of gunfire. Captain Dumont's patrol had engaged Nganda's forces once again, this time near a small village that had provided the rebels with supplies. The fighting was fierce, with both sides taking heavy losses. Nganda, watching the battle unfold from a hidden vantage point, clenched his jaw in frustration. We can't keep fighting like this, he muttered to his second-in-command. We're bleeding men and resources. But retreating was not an option, not for him, not for the legacy he believed he was defending. As the French forces pushed forward, they discovered the villagers caught in the crossfire. Women and children huddled together in makeshift shelters, their faces etched with fear. Dumont ordered his men to cease fire and provide assistance. These people aren't our enemies, he said firmly. They're victims. The battle ended with the rebels retreating into the jungle once more, leaving behind a trail of destruction. For Dumont and his men, the victory felt hollow. The cost of this endless cycle of violence weighed heavily on their minds, as did the faces of the villagers they had left behind. In a quiet room in Tripoli, Jean-Bedel Bokassa plotted his return. Exile had not dimmed his ambitions, nor had it dulled his belief in his right to rule. They think they've rid themselves of me, he said to an emissary from a neighboring country. But the people of the Central African Republic still need me. I will return, and I will reclaim what is mine. His words carried to Bangui in the form of rumors. Among Bokassa's loyalists, the possibility of his return reignited hope. Among his detractors, it sowed fear. Emmanuel overheard a group of men discussing the rumors outside his home. If he comes back, we'll leave, one of them said. I won't let my family live under him again. In the French command center, Bokassa's exile was a topic of constant concern. Colonel Morel warned his superiors in Paris that the former emperor's influence could not be underestimated. If Bokassa returns, it won't just be a political crisis, he argued. It will be war. For the people of the Central African Republic, the whispers of Bokassa's return were a haunting reminder that their struggles were far from over. His shadow loomed large, a specter that refused to fade into history. The atmosphere in Bangui grew increasingly tense. Protests turned into riots as food shortages and unemployment reached critical levels. The once hopeful citizens now saw their dreams of a better future slipping away. French troops found themselves caught in the middle, trying to maintain order without inflaming the situation further. Marie, ever the voice of reason, organized a community meeting to address the growing unrest. We need to work together, she pleaded with the gathered crowd. Blaming each other won't solve anything. If we lose hope, we lose everything. Her words struck a chord, but the anger and frustration were too deeply rooted for easy resolution. David Daco, isolated in the presidential palace, watched the unrest unfold from a distance. His attempts to stabilize the economy had failed, and his government's reliance on French support had eroded its credibility. In a moment of candor, he confided in his advisor. Maybe I wasn't meant to lead, he said softly. Maybe the country needs someone stronger. The city teetered on the edge of chaos, its fragile peace threatening to shatter. For the soldiers of Operation Barracuda, the mission had become a race against time, each day a battle to hold the crumbling pieces together. By late 1979, French commanders decided that containment was no longer enough. The persistent raids by Colonel Nganda's forces were destabilizing the countryside, and refugees were pouring into Bangui with tales of burned villages and lost loved ones. Colonel Morel issued orders for a decisive offensive into the jungle to dismantle the rebel network once and for all. Captain Dumont led his troops deep into the labyrinth of foliage, their progress slow and methodical. The jungle was an unforgiving enemy, thick vines and towering trees masked every sound, while humidity and fatigue gnawed at the men. Scouts reported signs of recent rebel movement, including trails of footprints and discarded food supplies. One night, as the patrol camped near a river, an ambush erupted. Nganda's forces struck under the cover of darkness, their bullets and arrows slicing through the still air. The French soldiers scrambled for cover, their training the only thing keeping them alive. Dumont shouted orders over the chaos. "Hold the line." Like flares. Bright flares illuminated the night, revealing the rebels darting through the undergrowth like shadows. The battle raged for hours, leaving casualties on both sides. When the sun finally rose, the jungle floor was littered with the remnants of the clash, spent ammunition, shattered branches, and blood-stained earth. Dumont stood among his men, their faces hardened by exhaustion. The rebels had retreated once more, but the cost of victory weighed heavily. How many more times can we do this? Dumont wondered aloud. No one had an answer. Back in Bangui, the political landscape grew more treacherous. David Daco's government faced mounting criticism, and whispers of betrayal began to circulate among his inner circle. Some advisors believed that Daco's reliance on the French was a mistake, while others saw an opportunity to claim power for themselves. Among these voices was Minister Paul Ganza, an ambitious politician with connections to influential business leaders. Over dinner with his allies, Ganza laid out his plan. "Daco is weak," he declared. "If we wait for him to fall, we'll all go down with him. The time has come to take control." His words were met with nods of agreement, but the risks were clear. A coup could ignite a new wave of violence. Unaware of the brewing conspiracy, Daco continued to grapple with the challenges of leadership. He sought counsel from Colonel Morel, who urged him to take decisive action against Nganda's forces. "The people need to see strength," Morel argued. "If you show hesitation, they'll lose faith in you entirely." Daco nodded, but his resolve wavered. The weight of the presidency seemed to grow heavier by the day. In the shadows of the palace, Ganza's plans took shape. The seeds of betrayal had been sown, and it was only a matter of time before they bore fruit. For Daco, the danger was closer than he realized. The French troops stationed in Bangui found themselves in an increasingly precarious position. Tensions between the soldiers and the local population escalated as protests against foreign occupation grew louder. "They're starting to see us as part of the problem," Corporal Blanc admitted during a briefing. "We're not peacekeepers anymore. We're targets." Colonel Morel struggled to maintain morale among his men. The constant patrols, political pressure, and jungle offensives had stretched them to their limits. Yet, they were under strict orders to avoid heavy-handed measures. "We're here to stabilize, not to rule," Morel reminded his officers. But the line between peacekeeping and control had become dangerously blurred. In one tense encounter, a French patrol found itself surrounded by an angry mob demanding the soldiers leave Bangui. Sergeant Leroy stepped forward, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "We're here to help," he said firmly. But the crowd's shouts drowned out his words. A single stone was thrown, then another, until the soldiers were forced to retreat. That night, Leroy sat in the barracks, his face grim. "This isn't working," he told Dumont. "We're caught in a fight that isn't ours." Dumont nodded, sharing his comrade's frustration. The mission had become something far more complex than anyone had anticipated, and the cost of their presence was beginning to outweigh the benefits. Jean Bedel Bokassa's name remained on everyone's lips, even in exile. In the marketplaces, stories of his atrocities were shared alongside tales of his generosity. "He gave us roads," one old man said. "But he also gave us fear." To some, Bokassa was a tyrant who deserved to be forgotten. To others, he was a figure of strength who had been unjustly removed. Emmanuel, the young boy, often listened to these conversations in silence. One day, he asked his mother, "Do you think he'll come back?" She hesitated before answering. "I don't know," she admitted. "But even if he doesn't, we'll still feel his shadow." Her words resonated with the boy, who had grown up in a world shaped by Bokassa's rule. At the French command center, Colonel Morel discussed the emperor's enduring influence with his advisors. "He's a symbol," Morel said. "As long as people see him as a savior or a monster, his legacy will haunt this country." The officers nodded in agreement. Bokassa's absence was physical, but his presence remained deeply ingrained in the nation's psyche. For the people of the Central African Republic, the emperor's legacy was a double-edged sword. It served as a reminder of their resilience but also a warning of the fragility of power. As the days turned into weeks, the question of Bokassa's return lingered like an unanswered prayer, a specter that refused to fade. The story of Operation Sudden. In the early months of 1982, a cold wind swept through the South Atlantic, carrying with it whispers of conflict. The Falkland Islands, a remote archipelago known for its stark beauty and sparse population, had become the unlikely epicenter of a looming geopolitical storm. Thousands of miles away, in London and Buenos Aires, the clash of national pride and political desperation was fanning the flames of war. For decades, Argentina had laid claim to the islands, which they called Las Malvinas. To the British, the Falklands were an enduring symbol of colonial heritage and territorial integrity. The diplomatic deadlock over sovereignty finally erupted into action on April 2, 1982, when Argentine forces invaded the islands. For the inhabitants, a quiet life of sheep farming and fishing was abruptly shattered as military boots stormed their shores. The United Kingdom's response was swift. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, resolute in her stance, authorized the assembly of a naval task force to reclaim the Falklands. Operation Sudden, the code name for the amphibious landings on East Falkland, was to be the decisive maneuver. Yet, beneath the strategic calculations lay a human story, of soldiers, sailors, and civilians whose lives would be forever altered by the war to come. Under the cover of pre-dawn darkness on April 2, Argentine forces launched a coordinated assault on the Falklands. Their objective was clear: to assert control over the islands before British reinforcements could respond. Helicopters roared overhead as amphibious craft made landfall near Stanley, the island's capital. The small garrison of Royal Marines stationed there mounted a brave but futile defense. Outnumbered and outgunned, they surrendered after a brief skirmish. For the islanders, the sight of foreign troops patrolling their streets was a surreal and chilling reality. Many retreated into their homes, peering cautiously through curtains as the occupation began. Meanwhile, news of the invasion reached London. The Thatcher government, caught off guard by the boldness of the attack, convened an emergency meeting. In the war room of the Ministry of Defense, maps of the South Atlantic were unfurled. Military advisors outlined the daunting task ahead: to assemble a task force capable of traveling 8,000 miles, engaging an entrenched enemy, and reclaiming the islands. The mood in Buenos Aires was triumphant. The junta, led by General Leopoldo Galtieri, basked in public adulation. For them, the occupation was not just a military operation, it was a unifying cause for a nation struggling under economic and political turmoil. Yet, in their haste to secure victory, they underestimated the resolve of their opponents. In the days following the invasion, Britain's response moved from diplomatic condemnation to resolute action. The Royal Navy, the backbone of British military power, was tasked with spearheading the mission. Across the country, naval bases hummed with activity as ships were prepared for deployment. Aircraft carriers like HMS Hermes and HMS Invincible became the focal points of the task force. The operation required speed and precision. Within days, civilian vessels like the luxury liner SS Canberra were requisitioned to transport troops, while container ships were retrofitted to carry supplies and helicopters. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Sailors kissed their families goodbye, knowing the journey ahead would test their resolve. Among the assembled forces were the men of 3 Commando Brigade, hardened Royal Marines trained for amphibious warfare. They were joined by members of the Parachute Regiment, bringing with them a reputation for toughness and adaptability. Their shared mission was simple yet daunting: to retake the Falklands and restore British sovereignty. On April 5, the task force set sail from Portsmouth, cheered on by crowds waving Union Jacks. For many, the sight of warships disappearing over the horizon stirred memories of Britain's imperial past. Yet, as the ships sailed southward, the enormity of the task ahead loomed larger. The soldiers aboard knew that the conflict they were heading toward was far from certain. As the task force steamed through the Atlantic, the journey became a test of endurance. Days blurred into nights as the sailors and soldiers aboard adjusted to the monotony of life at sea. For some, it was their first experience away from home, and the isolation weighed heavily. Yet, amidst the daily routines, a sense of camaraderie began to form. The weather grew colder as the fleet approached the South Atlantic, a constant reminder of their destination's remote and unforgiving nature. Briefings and drills kept the troops occupied, while naval pilots honed their skills on the Sea Harrier jets. These aircraft, with their ability to take off and land vertically, would play a crucial role in the campaign. In Buenos Aires, Argentine forces braced for the British response. Reconnaissance flights reported the approaching fleet, and preparations were made to fortify positions on the islands. The Argentine Air Force, equipped with Mirage fighters and Exocet missiles, prepared to challenge the British fleet. Tension mounted as the opposing forces drew closer. Both sides understood that the coming battles would be fierce. For the British, it was not just about reclaiming territory, it was about defending national pride. For the Argentines, it was about holding on to a victory they believed could define their nation's destiny. By mid-May, the task force had reached the cold, choppy waters near the Falklands. The ships formed a defensive ring as preparations for Operation Sudden began. The plan was ambitious: an amphibious landing at San Carlos Water, a sheltered inlet on East Falkland. From there, British forces would establish a beachhead and advance toward Stanley. The weather worked both for and against them. Heavy fog and biting winds offered cover from Argentine air patrols but made navigation treacherous. In the cramped confines of the landing ships, soldiers reviewed maps and whispered prayers. Each man knew the risks involved. They had trained for this moment, but training could never fully prepare them for the chaos of battle. Argentine forces on the islands were on high alert. At Fanning Head, overlooking the planned landing zone, a small contingent of Argentine soldiers kept watch. Armed with mortars and recoilless rifles, they waited for the inevitable assault. For the defenders, the task was to hold the line long enough for reinforcements to arrive. On the night of May 20th, final orders were issued. The British landing forces, under the command of Brigadier Julian Thompson, boarded landing craft and readied themselves for action. The hours stretched into an eternity as the ships moved silently toward the coast. Above them, the stars bore witness to the storm that was about to break. On May 21, 1982, under the cover of darkness, the British task force began the daring amphibious assault on San Carlos water. The mission was meticulously planned but fraught with peril. Dozens of landing craft, filled with Royal Marines and paratroopers, silently moved toward the shore. Overhead, Sea Harriers patrolled the skies, ready to counter any Argentine air threats. The first signs of resistance came from Fanning Head. Argentine troops from Combat Team Guimes spotted the approaching force and unleashed a barrage of mortar and recoilless rifle fire. Explosions lit up the night, and the calm waters of the inlet churned with chaos. British naval ships responded with heavy artillery fire, illuminating the rugged cliffs in a deadly exchange. Amid the chaos, Sergeant Andrew Evans piloted a Gazelle helicopter, providing reconnaissance for the advancing forces. Suddenly, Argentine machine gun fire struck his aircraft, forcing a crash landing into the icy waters below. Sergeant Edward Candlish, Evans' co-pilot, fought to drag him to safety, but Evans succumbed to his injuries. For the soldiers watching from the landing craft, the tragedy was a stark reminder of the cost of war. As dawn broke, British forces secured the beachhead. The enemy resistance had faltered, with some Argentine troops retreating and others captured. The landing was deemed a success, but the sobering reality of the war ahead was clear. The men of 3 Commando Brigade and the Parachute Regiment now faced the daunting task of advancing inland. With the beachhead secured, the British began unloading supplies and equipment. The task was monumental. Hundreds of tons of ammunition, vehicles, and rations needed to be brought ashore. The sound of helicopters echoed through the valleys as they ferried troops and supplies from ship to shore. The Argentine forces, though initially disorganized, regrouped and began targeting the British positions with artillery and airstrikes. Argentine pilots, flying Mirage and Skyhawk jets, launched daring raids on the British ships. The frigates HMS Ardent and HMS Antelope bore the brunt of these attacks, their decks scarred by explosions. Despite their losses, the Royal Navy's anti-aircraft defenses managed to keep most of the enemy aircraft at bay. The soldiers on the ground worked tirelessly to fortify their positions. Trenches were dug, and defensive perimeters were established. The terrain was unforgiving, with boggy ground and jagged rocks making every task more challenging. Yet, the determination of the British troops never wavered. They knew their foothold at San Carlos was the key to recapturing the islands. Local islanders, caught in the crossfire, watched the unfolding events with a mix of fear and hope. For them, the sight of British troops brought the promise of liberation, but it also meant that their homes would become battlegrounds. Some offered help to the soldiers, sharing their knowledge of the terrain, while others sought shelter from the relentless air raids. The following days saw a relentless exchange of fire between British and Argentine forces. San Carlos water, now dubbed Bomb Alley, became a deadly gauntlet for British ships. Argentine aircraft launched wave after wave of attacks, their pilots displaying remarkable courage as they braved anti-aircraft fire to strike at the British fleet. The HMS Ardent was the first major casualty. Struck by multiple bombs, the frigate erupted into flames, her crew fighting valiantly to save the ship. Despite their efforts, she sank into the cold waters of the South Atlantic. The loss was a heavy blow, but the survivors' resolve to continue the fight was unshaken. On the ground, British forces began their push inland. The Paras, led by Colonel H. Jones, advanced toward Goose Green, a key Argentine position. The harsh terrain and unpredictable weather made the journey arduous, but the soldiers pressed on. For many, the memory of fallen comrades like Sergeant Evans spurred them forward. The Argentine defenders, though outnumbered, fought fiercely. Skirmishes erupted across the Falklands, with both sides suffering casualties. Yet, as the British forces gained ground, cracks began to appear in the Argentine defenses. The war was far from over, but the tide was beginning to turn. With the beachhead at San Carlos secure, the British forces turned their attention to Goose Green. The settlement, situated on a narrow isthmus, was strategically important, serving as both a stronghold for Argentine troops and a morale booster for the British campaign. The 2nd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment, 2 Para, under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel H. Jones, prepared for the assault. The march to Goose Green was grueling. Soldiers trudged through boggy terrain, carrying heavy packs under skies that alternated between freezing rain and piercing winds. The constant threat of Argentine artillery fire and airstrikes kept them on edge. Despite the hardships, the men remained resolute. They knew the eyes of the world were on them, and failure was not an option. Local islanders provided valuable intelligence about Argentine troop movements and the lay of the land. Their insights proved critical in avoiding ambushes and identifying weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. The soldiers, though weary, were bolstered by the islander support, which reminded them of the stakes of their mission. As 2 Para closed in on Goose Green, reconnaissance reports revealed the enemy's strength, a well-entrenched force of over 1,000 Argentine troops with artillery and machine gun emplacements. The odds were daunting, but the British soldiers were undeterred. Their training, discipline, and sheer determination would be their greatest weapons. In the early hours of May 28, under the cover of darkness, 2 Para launched their assault on Goose Green. The attack began with an artillery barrage, followed by a coordinated infantry advance. The Argentine defenders, though caught off guard, responded with fierce resistance. Tracer fire lit up the night as both sides exchanged volleys. Lieutenant Colonel H. Jones, determined to inspire his men, led a charge against an enemy machine gun position. In an act of extraordinary bravery, he stormed the trench but was fatally wounded in the process. His sacrifice galvanized the soldiers of 2 Para, who pressed on with renewed ferocity. Jones would later be posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his heroism. The battle raged for hours, with the British gradually gaining ground. Using their superior training and coordination, they outflanked the Argentine positions, forcing many defenders to surrender. By midday, Goose Green was under British control. The victory, though hard-fought, marked a turning point in the campaign and boosted morale across the task force. For the residents of Goose Green, liberation came at a heavy cost. Homes and farmland bore the scars of the battle, and the sight of casualties was a stark reminder of the human toll of war. Yet, their gratitude to the British soldiers was immeasurable. For the troops, the victory was bittersweet, as the loss of comrades like H. Jones weighed heavily on their hearts. With Goose Green secured, the British forces shifted their focus to the final objective, the capital of Stanley. The route to Stanley was fraught with challenges. The terrain was rugged, the weather unforgiving, and the Argentine forces, though weakened, were far from defeated. Nevertheless, the momentum was now firmly on the British side. The advance was marked by a series of skirmishes as British units engaged Argentine outposts. At Mount Kent, fierce fighting erupted when British commandos encountered Argentine commandos from the elite 601 Commando Company. The battle showcased the skill and tenacity of both sides, with the British ultimately securing the position. Meanwhile, logistical support became critical. Helicopters ferried supplies across the battlefield, often under fire from Argentine positions. The Royal Navy continued to fend off air raids, with ships like HMS Coventry and HMS Atlantic Conveyor suffering heavy losses. Despite these setbacks, the determination of the task force remained unshaken. The psychological toll of the campaign began to show. Soldiers wrestled with exhaustion, grief, and the ever-present threat of death. Yet, their camaraderie and sense of duty kept them moving forward. For the British forces, each step closer to Stanley brought them nearer to victory, and an end to the war. The path to Stanley was littered with natural obstacles and Argentine defensive positions. British forces pressed forward with determination, knowing that the capture of the capital would signify the end of the conflict. The advance required coordination across all units. Infantry regiments, artillery crews, and air support teams worked in unison to counter the enemy. The Argentine forces, though increasingly outmatched, remained formidable. Their airstrikes continued to harass the advancing British, while artillery emplacements rained shells upon exposed troops. Yet, the British forces adapted. Artillery bombardments and naval gunfire suppressed enemy positions, while reconnaissance teams identified weak points in their defenses. Mount Kent served as a key staging ground for the assault on Stanley. Securing it was vital to gaining control over the surrounding highlands. The British commandos who captured the position worked tirelessly to establish forward operating bases, ensuring the logistical chain could support the final push. The soldiers were now within striking distance of Stanley, their goal almost in sight. On the night of June 11, British forces launched a coordinated assault on Argentine positions around Mount Harriet. The attack was spearheaded by 42 Commando, Royal Marines, supported by artillery fire and naval bombardments. The soldiers moved under the cover of darkness, using stealth to avoid detection. As they advanced, the commandos encountered fierce resistance. Argentine troops, well entrenched and familiar with the terrain, used mortars and machine guns to devastating effect. The British soldiers, however, relied on their training and adaptability. Flanking maneuvers and close quarters combat gradually forced the Argentine defenders to retreat. By dawn, Mount Harriet was under British control. The victory was a testament to the discipline and bravery of the troops, who had overcome not only a determined enemy but also the harsh conditions of the Falklands. For the Argentine forces, the loss of Mount Harriet was a major blow, leaving Stanley more vulnerable than ever. While Mount Harriet fell, another key battle unfolded at Two Sisters, a twin-peaked mountain held by Argentine troops. The 45 Commando, Royal Marines, were tasked with capturing the position. The approach was treacherous, with steep slopes and enemy patrols making progress slow and dangerous. The attack began with an artillery barrage, followed by a nighttime advance. The commandos faced relentless fire as they climbed the peaks, but their determination never wavered. Despite the darkness and confusion, they pressed on, using grenades and bayonets to clear enemy bunkers. By the morning of June 12, Two Sisters was in British hands. The victory came at a cost. Several commandos were killed or wounded during the assault, their sacrifice a poignant reminder of the price of war. For the survivors, the capture of Two Sisters brought them one step closer to Stanley, and to the end of their mission. Simultaneously, 3 Para launched an attack on Mount Longdon, one of the most heavily defended Argentine positions. The battle was brutal and protracted, lasting through the night and into the early hours of June 12. The rocky terrain, laced with mines and barbed wire, made the assault a grueling test of endurance. The Paras advanced under heavy fire, their progress marked by fierce hand-to-hand combat. Argentine snipers, positioned on the high ground, inflicted significant casualties. Among the fallen was Sergeant Ian McKay, who led a charge to neutralize an enemy machine gun nest. His actions, which saved many of his comrades, earned him a posthumous Victoria Cross. By dawn, Mount Longdon was under British control, but the cost had been high. The Paras mourned their losses even as they prepared for the next phase of the campaign. For the Argentine defenders, the defeat marked a turning point. Their morale was shattered, and their ability to hold Stanley was in question. With Mount Harriet, Two Sisters, and Mount Longdon secured, the British forces turned their attention to Wireless Ridge, one of the last major obstacles before Stanley. The task fell to the 2nd Battalion, Parachute Regiment, 2 Para, who prepared for the assault with a grim sense of determination. The attack began on the night of June 13. British artillery in naval gunfire pounded Argentine positions, softening the defenses. Under the cover of darkness, 2 Para advanced, moving quickly across the exposed slopes. The Argentine troops, though entrenched, were disheartened by the relentless bombardment and the loss of their earlier strongholds. The Paras encountered sporadic resistance as they approached the ridge. At close quarters, they engaged in fierce skirmishes, their training and resolve giving them the upper hand. By dawn, Wireless Ridge was in British hands. The sight of Union Jack flags waving atop the ridge signaled that the end of the campaign was near. The victory at Wireless Ridge demoralized the remaining Argentine forces in Stanley. Their positions were now exposed, and their supply lines stretched thin. Many Argentine soldiers began to abandon their posts, retreating toward the capital in disarray. Simultaneously, British forces launched an assault on Mount Tumbledown, a critical position overlooking Stanley. The attack was led by the Scots Guards, who faced determined resistance from Argentine troops. The defenders, aware of the mountain's strategic importance, fought fiercely to hold their ground. The battle unfolded in waves, with British troops advancing under the cover of artillery fire. The rugged terrain made progress slow, and the fighting often devolved into brutal hand-to-hand combat. Amid the chaos, acts of extraordinary bravery emerged, as soldiers risked their lives to protect their comrades. By the early hours of June 14, Mount Tumbledown was secured. The victory broke the final line of Argentine defense, leaving Stanley vulnerable. The Scots Guards, though exhausted and battered, stood victorious on the mountain, knowing they had played a pivotal role in the campaign. With Wireless Ridge and Mount Tumbledown under British control, the path to Stanley was open. Argentine forces in the capital were in disarray, their morale shattered by the successive defeats. British commanders, sensing the opportunity, prepared for the final push. As British troops advanced, they encountered scenes of surrender. Groups of Argentine soldiers, exhausted and out of supplies, laid down their arms. For many, the sight of the advancing British was a relief, signaling an end to the fighting and a chance to return home. By the afternoon of June 14, British forces entered Stanley. The Union Jack was raised over Government House, marking the official recapture of the Falklands. Cheers erupted among the British troops, who had endured weeks of grueling combat to achieve their goal. For the islanders, liberation was bittersweet. While they welcomed the end of Argentine occupation, the scars of war were everywhere, homes destroyed, lives lost, and a once quiet community forever changed. On the evening of June 14, Argentine General Mario Menendez formally surrendered to British Major General Jeremy Moore. The ceremony was solemn, reflecting the gravity of the moment. For the Argentine soldiers, surrender marked the end of a harrowing ordeal. For the British, it was the culmination of a hard-fought campaign. In London, the news was met with celebrations. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher addressed the nation, declaring that British sovereignty over the Falklands had been restored. Across the United Kingdom, people hailed the victory, proud of the task force's achievement. For Argentina, the defeat was a national humiliation. The junta, which had initiated the conflict, faced widespread condemnation. The loss of the Falklands would ultimately lead to the collapse of the military regime and the restoration of democracy. The Falklands War officially ended, but the scars of the conflict were evident across the islands. Stanley, the capital, bore the brunt of the fighting. Buildings were riddled with bullet holes, fields were scattered with mines, and roads were littered with abandoned equipment. The once quiet settlement had transformed into a grim reminder of the war's intensity. For the British troops, the victory brought mixed emotions. The joy of triumph was tempered by the loss of comrades. Memorial services were held on the islands, with soldiers paying tribute to the fallen. Graves of British and Argentine soldiers marked the landscapes, stark symbols of the war's human cost. Islanders began the slow process of rebuilding their lives. For weeks, they had lived under the shadow of war, enduring shortages, curfews, and the constant threat of violence. Now, with the British forces firmly in control, they could finally start to heal. However, the memories of occupation remained vivid, and many families mourned loved ones lost in the conflict. Meanwhile, the British government focused on securing the islands. Engineers worked to clear mines and rebuild infrastructure, while additional troops were deployed to establish a long-term defense. The Falklands were no longer just a remote outpost, they had become a symbol of British resilience and determination. The journey home was bittersweet for the British task force. As ships departed the South Atlantic, soldiers reflected on the campaign and the friends they had left behind. Letters and photographs exchanged during the voyage home carried the weight of untold stories, moments of bravery, and personal loss. When the task force returned to the UK, they were met with celebrations. Parades were held in cities across the country, and soldiers were welcomed as heroes. Yet, for many, the transition back to civilian life was challenging. The memories of combat lingered, and the psychological toll of the war was not easily overcome. Veterans like Simon Weston, who had been severely injured during the attack on RFA Sir Galahad, became symbols of resilience. Their stories inspired a nation but also shed light on the lasting impact of war. The government established support programs for veterans, though for some, the wounds, both physical and emotional, would take years to heal. For the Argentine prisoners of war, the return home was somber. Many faced hostility from their fellow citizens, who blamed the military junta for the war's failure. The defeat marked the beginning of political upheaval in Argentina, ultimately leading to the fall of the junta and the restoration of democracy. In the years following the war, the Falklands underwent significant changes. British investment in infrastructure transformed the islands, with new roads, schools, and hospitals improving the quality of life for residents. The military presence remained strong, ensuring that the islands were prepared for any future threats. The war also left its mark on British military strategy. The campaign highlighted the importance of naval power and air superiority, leading to modernization efforts across the armed forces. Lessons learned from the Falklands would shape military doctrine for decades to come. For Argentina, the war's legacy was one of reflection and reform. The defeat exposed the shortcomings of the junta, galvanizing public support for democratic governments. In the years that followed, the country worked to rebuild its political and economic institutions, striving to move past the shadow of the conflict. Amid the devastation of the war, bonds were forged that would last a lifetime. Soldiers who had fought side by side maintained lifelong friendships, their shared experiences creating a unique camaraderie. Many veterans returned to the Falklands in the years after the war, visiting the graves of fallen comrades and reconnecting with the islanders they had helped liberate. For the islanders, the presence of British forces became a source of security. Relationships between troops and locals deepened, with many soldiers becoming lifelong friends of the island communities. The shared experience of the conflict created a bond that transcended the war itself. The story of Operation Dragon Rouge. The year was 1964, and the heart of Africa trembled under the weight of rebellion. The Congo crisis, a brutal conflict born from the chaotic aftermath of decolonization, had reached its peak. At its core, the Simba rebellion spread fear and terror, as armed insurgents captured territories with promises of liberation wrapped in violence. Stanleyville, a thriving city nestled on the banks of the Congo River, had become a battlefield. Hostages, foreigners, and locals alike were crammed into makeshift prisons as rebel leaders Christophe Benaï and Pierre Mulliel enforced their reign. The international community watched in horror as reports of atrocities leaked out. With each passing day, the lives of nearly 1,600 hostages hung precariously in the balance. Far away in Europe and America, the wheels of diplomacy turned alongside military strategy. A decision was made, a daring rescue operation to save the hostages and break the rebel stronghold. This mission, codenamed Operation Dragon Rouge, would test the mettle of nations, the courage of soldiers, and the endurance of humanity. It began with whispers in the villages and a fiery promise: freedom from oppression. The Simbas, named after the Swahili word for lion, emerged as a force of nature. Their fervor was matched only by their brutality. Armed with a mixture of stolen weapons and tribal mysticism, they believed they were invincible. Villages fell one by one, and by 1964, the Simbas had claimed vast swaths of eastern Congo. Their leaders, Benaï and Mulliel, rallied troops with rhetoric of liberation, but their methods included terror, forced recruitment, and summary executions. Stanleyville became their prize, a symbolic heart of their rebellion. Amid the chaos, life for the city's residents became a nightmare. Roads that once bustled with trade now echoed with the footsteps of marching rebels. Families huddled in fear as gunfire erupted in the distance. To the Simbas, foreigners represented colonial oppression, and hostages became pawns in their deadly game. As the Simbas solidified their hold on Stanleyville, news of their actions began to spread. Western governments received frantic messages from diplomats, missionaries, and businessmen trapped in the city. The tales were harrowing: mass executions, public trials, and constant threats to the lives of hostages. In Washington, President Lyndon B. Johnson held an emergency briefing. The CIA, already monitoring the Congo crisis, confirmed that the hostages faced imminent danger. Meanwhile, in Belgium, a country still grappling with its colonial past, officials debated their next move. Public pressure mounted, with families of hostages demanding action. The decision was made to act swiftly. The plan, developed in collaboration between Belgium and the United States, called for a joint military operation to rescue the hostages. Time was running out, and failure was not an option. The rescue mission required precision and secrecy. Belgian paratroopers, led by Colonel Charles Laurent, were chosen for their expertise and readiness. They would be flown into Stanleyville aboard American C-130 Hercules planes, supported by logistical efforts from the CIA. The operation would be coordinated with Congolese government forces, who aimed to reclaim the city. Maps of Stanleyville were scrutinized, and intelligence reports were dissected. The target was the Stanleyville airfield, a critical point to secure the operation. From there, the paratroopers would fan out to designated locations to extract the hostages. But challenges loomed large. The Simbas were unpredictable and heavily armed. Civilians were scattered across multiple sites, making coordination difficult. Despite the risks, the soldiers prepared, their resolve firm. The rescue operation had a single purpose: to bring the hostages home. Inside Stanleyville, Christophe Benet issued a chilling ultimatum. If the government or foreign forces attempted an attack, the hostages would face execution. His words sent waves of fear rippling through the captives, many of whom were missionaries, aid workers, and expatriates. For the Simbas, the hostages were both bargaining chips and shields against outside intervention. Marie, a Belgian nurse who had worked tirelessly at a local hospital, whispered prayers in the dim confines of her detention site. Beside her, Father Pierre, a missionary, maintained an air of calm, reassuring those around him. Though outwardly stoic, even he felt the crushing weight of dread. Outside, the Simbas patrolled the streets, their chants echoing through the night. They believed themselves protected by spells and invulnerable to bullets. Yet beneath their bravado, they too felt the tension rising. They knew their rebellion was drawing international scrutiny, and their grip on Stanleyville could not last forever. At an airbase in Kamina, Belgian paratroopers made their final preparations. Each soldier knew the stakes. Captain André Verhegen, a seasoned officer, addressed his men with calm authority. This mission is not just about strategy, it's about lives. Those hostages are counting on us. The C-130 Hercules transport planes stood ready, their engines humming with anticipation. As the troops boarded, the weight of their equipment was matched only by the burden of responsibility. Among them was Sergeant Jean de Wilde, a father of two, whose thoughts lingered on his family back home. He silently vowed to return, not just for them, but for the families of the hostages as well. The flight to Stanleyville was tense. American pilots navigated through the dark skies, knowing that rebel anti-aircraft fire could await them. Below, the Congo stretched vast and silent, the river glinting faintly under the moonlight. Each minute brought them closer to their target, and to the unknown. Dawn broke over Stanleyville on November 24, 1964. As the C-130s approached the airfield, the pilots received their final instructions. The landing had to be swift, the element of surprise was crucial. On board, the paratroopers checked their weapons one last time, bracing for impact. The first plane touched down, its wheels screeching against the tarmac. Within seconds, the soldiers disembarked, forming defensive positions. The Simbas, caught off guard, scrambled to respond. Sporadic gunfire erupted, but the paratroopers held their ground, securing the airfield as more planes arrived. As the operation unfolded, the rebels began to panic. Their lines of communication faltered, and their morale wavered. For the hostages, the sound of gunfire brought a mix of hope and terror. They clung to the possibility of rescue, even as they feared the Simbas' wrath. The crack of rifles echoed across the Stanleyville airfield as the paratroopers encountered their first wave of resistance. The Simbas, disoriented by the sudden assault, launched a frenzied counterattack. Bullets whizzed past as the Belgian soldiers advanced with calculated precision, their training overpowering the rebels' chaotic defense. Lieutenant François Dupont led his squad toward a hangar suspected of sheltering rebel forces. The building was eerily quiet as they approached, but as they drew closer, a burst of gunfire erupted from within. The paratroopers retaliated, their movements coordinated, their aim deadly. Within minutes, the hangar was secured, revealing a cache of weapons and a handful of captured rebels. Meanwhile, at the edge of the airfield, Captain Verheegen directed reinforcements to secure nearby access roads. The Simbas disorganization became evident as pockets of resistance faltered under the paratroopers' relentless push. Still, the danger was far from over. The hostages remained at the mercy of their captors, and the clock was ticking. Inside the Victoria Hotel, one of the main detention sites, tension was unbearable. The hostages, packed into cramped rooms, listened intently to the sounds of battle. Every gunshot felt like a heartbeat, every explosion a reminder of how close danger loomed. Marie and Father Pierre worked tirelessly to calm those around them. The children, especially, struggled to suppress their fear. "Listen to me," Father Pierre whispered to a trembling boy. "Courage is not the absence of fear but acting despite it. We will get through this." In another room, John Harper, an American engineer, clenched his fists. He had spent days devising escape plans but knew any attempt could doom them all. The hostages could only wait, hoping that the gunfire outside signaled liberation rather than retribution. The Simbas guarding the hostages grew increasingly erratic. Conflicting orders from their leaders left them confused. Some hardened their resolve, ready to fight to the death. Others glanced nervously at the door, contemplating surrender. While the paratroopers solidified their control of the airfield, the battle spread into the heart of Stanleyville. Streets that once buzzed with daily life became battlegrounds. Civilians hid in their homes, peeking through curtains as the sound of combat echoed down the alleys. Sergeant Jean de Wilde's unit was tasked with advancing toward the Victoria Hotel. Moving through narrow streets, they encountered makeshift barricades and sniper fire. At one corner, a young Simba fighter emerged, brandishing a rifle. Jean hesitated for a split second, the boy's youthful face a painful reminder of wars told. But survival demanded action. One shot rang out, and the path was clear. For the Simbas, the sight of well-trained paratroopers methodically advancing broke their spirit. Some fled into the surrounding jungle, while others fell back to defend key positions. Yet despite their losses, the rebels were still dangerous, and the hostages' fate hung in the balance. Reaching the Victoria Hotel was the mission's most critical phase. As the paratroopers approached, the Simbas inside began to panic. Some barricaded themselves with the hostages, threatening to execute them if attacked. Others abandoned their posts entirely, disappearing into the chaos outside. Captain Verheegen personally led the assault. Using tear gas to disorient the defenders, the paratroopers stormed the building. The halls were dark and filled with the acrid stench of fear. Room by room, they cleared the floors, shouting for hostages to stay down. Marie clutched a young girl tightly as soldiers burst into her room. Relief washed over her as she recognized the Belgian uniforms. "We're here to get you out," one of them assured her, his voice steady despite the chaos. Father Pierre helped guide others to safety, his calm presence a beacon amid the turmoil. By the end of the operation, over 1,000 hostages were freed from the hotel. But the day was not without tragedy. In some rooms, the paratroopers found victims executed in the final moments before their arrival, a stark reminder of the stakes they faced. The hostages were freed, but the mission was far from over. Outside the Victoria Hotel, Belgian paratroopers worked swiftly to evacuate survivors to the airfield. The streets of Stanleyville, though temporarily subdued, remained fraught with danger. Rebel snipers fired sporadically, their bullets ricocheting off walls as soldiers shielded the rescued captives. Marie and Father Pierre led a group of frightened children through the chaos. "Stay close," Marie urged, her voice firm but gentle. The youngest among them clung to her, their faces streaked with dirt and tears. soldiers formed a protective perimeter around the group, scanning the rooftops for threats. At the airfield, the rescued were loaded onto transport planes. Some wept openly, while others sat in stunned silence, unable to process the ordeal they had just survived. For John Harper, the sight of the C-130 Hercules waiting on the tarmac was a bittersweet relief. "We made it," he murmured to himself, though he couldn't shake the memory of those left behind. As the paratroopers consolidated their position, the Simbas regrouped. Enraged by their losses and determined to assert control, they launched a counterattack. Trucks filled with armed rebels sped toward the airfield, their gunfire lighting up the early morning sky. Captain Verheegen's forces were ready. Using a combination of machine guns and mortar fire, they repelled the assault with brutal efficiency. The airfield, now a fortress of coordinated defense, held firm. Rebel bodies littered the outskirts as the Simbas offensive crumbled under the weight of superior firepower. Inside Stanleyville, the remaining rebels unleashed their fury on those they suspected of collaboration. Civilians were dragged from their homes, accused of aiding the paratroopers. The hostages who had not yet been reached faced the gravest danger. Rebel leaders issued frantic orders, vowing to make Stanleyville a symbol of defiance. Despite their successes, the paratroopers knew their mission was incomplete. Intelligence reports indicated that hundreds of hostages were still scattered across the city, held in smaller, more secluded locations. With time running out, Captain Verheegen split his forces into search teams to comb through Stanleyville. Sergeant Jean de Wild's team was assigned to a warehouse near the river. The building, a grim, crumbling structure, was heavily guarded by Simbas. Under cover of darkness, the paratroopers launched a daring assault. The ensuing firefight was intense, with the rebels fighting fiercely to protect their stronghold. Inside, the soldiers found a group of terrified hostages, their faces hollow from days of captivity. Among them was a Congolese nurse who had been protecting a group of elderly patients. "You're safe now," Jean reassured her as he helped her to her feet. But the sight of others who hadn't survived was a sobering reminder of the mission's stakes. As the operation stretched into its second day, Stanleyville descended into chaos. Rebel forces set fire to government buildings and looted abandoned homes, determined to leave destruction in their wake. The air was thick with smoke, and the streets were littered with debris. For the civilians caught in the crossfire, survival was a matter of luck. Families huddled together, praying for the violence to end. A young boy named Kofi, separated from his parents during the initial assault, wandered through the burning city. He stumbled into a group of paratroopers, who quickly took him under their protection. The Simbas resistance waned as more of their leaders were captured or killed. Still, scattered groups continued to wreak havoc, making the city a perilous maze for the paratroopers. Every corner held the potential for an ambush, and the soldiers moved with heightened caution. Deep within Stanleyville, the Simbas had fortified their final stronghold, a dilapidated municipal building converted into a rebel command center. Intelligence suggested that a group of high-ranking Simba leaders, including Christophe Benai himself, was inside, along with the last remaining hostages. Captain Verheegen convened his officers to plan the assault. "This is where we end it," he declared. The operation had to be swift and decisive to prevent the rebels from harming the hostages. Armed with grenades and flashbangs, the paratroopers advanced under the cover of darkness. The assault began with a series of explosive charges at the building's entrances. As the paratroopers stormed in, they encountered fierce resistance. Rebel gunfire echoed through the narrow hallways, but the soldiers pressed forward with unrelenting precision. Room by room, they neutralized the defenders and freed terrified captives. In the chaos, Benai and a handful of his loyalists escaped, retreating into the jungle under the cover of night. Their absence marked a hollow victory for the Simbas, as their stronghold fell to the determined paratroopers. With the fall of the municipal building, Stanleyville was effectively under the control of the Belgian and Congolese forces. The Simbas, scattered and leaderless, retreated to the outskirts of the city. However, their parting gift was one of destruction. Explosions rocked key infrastructure sites, and fires consumed entire neighborhoods. For Marie, the ordeal was far from over. She volunteered to stay behind and assist in tending to the wounded, both soldiers and civilians. The hospital, once a haven of healing, was now overwhelmed with casualties. Despite her exhaustion, she found solace in small victories: the life of a child saved, the grateful smile of a mother reunited with her son. Meanwhile, John Harper joined the recovery efforts, helping to transport supplies from the airfield into the city. For him, the physical labor was a way to channel his grief for the friends he had lost during captivity. "Rebuilding is the only way forward," he told a fellow survivor. Far from the burning streets of Stanleyville, Christophe Benai regrouped with his remaining followers in the dense Congolese jungle. The once confident leader was now a fugitive, his rebellion reduced to a shadow of its former self. He vowed to continue the fight, but his resources were dwindling, and his men were disillusioned. The jungle offered its own challenges. Disease, starvation, and the relentless pursuit of Congolese forces turned Benai's retreat into a desperate struggle for survival. His inner circle began to fracture, with whispers of betrayal growing louder with each passing day. Despite the setbacks, Benai maintained contact with foreign sympathizers, seeking support for a resurgence. His ability to evade capture became a symbol of defiance, but for the people of Stanleyville, his absence was a relief. The city, though scarred, could finally begin to heal. In the weeks following Operation Dragon Rouge, Stanleyville slowly came back to life. Markets reopened, families rebuilt their homes, and the streets began to fill with the sounds of resilience. For many, however, the memories of the Simbas' reign of terror remained vivid. Father Pierre organized a memorial service for the victims, gathering survivors from across the city to honor the lives lost. "Today, we remember not just the pain but the courage that carried us through," he said to a somber crowd. His words resonated deeply, offering a sense of closure to a traumatized community. Sergeant Jean de Wilde, now back at his base, penned a letter to his family. "Stanleyville has taught me much about humanity, both its darkness and its light," he wrote. Though the mission was over, its impact lingered in the hearts of those who had lived it. As the rescued hostages returned to Belgium, the country grappled with the implications of Operation Dragon Rouge. Crowds gathered at airports, eagerly awaiting loved ones. Among the arrivals was Marie, exhausted but alive, clutching the hand of an orphaned Congolese child she had cared for during the operation. Reporters surrounded her, asking about her ordeal, but her focus remained on the child. "His parents didn't survive. He's all that matters now," she said softly. The Belgian government faced mixed reactions. While the operation was hailed as a military success, critics questioned the lingering colonial ties that necessitated such an intervention. For the soldiers, there was little fanfare. Men like Sergeant Jean de Wilde returned to quiet villages, bearing scars both visible and hidden. The paratroopers were heroes, but they carried the weight of what they had witnessed. In the United States, Operation Dragon Rouge was seen as a demonstration of strategic and humanitarian cooperation. President Lyndon B. Johnson addressed the nation, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding American lives abroad. This operation was not just about hostages, it was about upholding the values of freedom and protection, he declared. However, not all viewed the intervention favorably. Critics argued that the mission reflected Cold War-era priorities, with the US more interested in containing communism than addressing Congo's deeper issues. Behind closed doors, the CIA debated its continued involvement in the region, weighing the success of the operation against the long-term instability of the Congo. John Harper, now back home in Chicago, found it difficult to adjust. He became a vocal advocate for better understanding the complexities of post-colonial Africa. "We can't just intervene and leave," he told an audience at a university lecture. "The people of the Congo deserve more than to be pawns in a global chess game." In Stanleyville, the aftermath of the operation left deep scars but also sparked hope. The Congolese government, with assistance from international organizations, began rebuilding efforts. Schools reopened, markets returned, and families tried to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. Father Pierre stayed in Stanleyville, dedicating himself to healing the community. His church became a center for support, offering counseling and resources to those affected by the violence. "We must build bridges where the rebels burned them," he often told his congregation. Marie, too, chose to remain. She worked with local hospitals to provide care to those injured in the conflict. The orphaned boy she had rescued, whom she named Samuel, became a symbol of hope for many. "He survived the worst," she often said, "and he will thrive." While Stanleyville began to recover, Congolese forces intensified their efforts to capture Christophe Benai. Reports of his movements through the jungle reached Kinshasa, where government officials strategized with their allies. The United States and Belgium offered intelligence support, tracking the remnants of the Simba rebellion. For Benai, the jungle was both refuge and prison. His forces dwindled as disease and starvation took their toll. Morale plummeted, and defections became frequent. Still, Benai remained defiant, issuing proclamations of resistance through smuggled communiques. Yet his influence faded with each passing day, his rebellion reduced to a desperate struggle for survival. By early 1965, Benai's location was pinpointed near a remote village. A joint Congolese-Belgian task force moved in swiftly, capturing several of his key commanders. Benai himself narrowly escaped, disappearing deeper into the wilderness, his days as a leader effectively over. Christophe Benai's escape into the jungle marked the beginning of a slow unraveling for the Simba rebellion. Once hailed as a revolutionary leader, he now wandered deeper into obscurity. His remaining followers were few, their spirits broken by hunger, illness, and relentless pursuit by Congolese forces. Benai's thoughts often drifted to the promises he had made, to his people, his comrades, and himself. The lush canopy above provided cover, but it also symbolized the isolation of his fight. His rebellion had begun with fiery ideals, but now it was reduced to whispers of survival among the trees. Meanwhile, the Congolese government tightened its grip on the region. Patrols swept the jungle, dismantling pockets of rebel resistance. For the soldiers tasked with the hunt, the jungle was a hostile maze, its dangers amplified by the constant threat of ambush. Yet, they pressed on, determined to bring an end to Benai's defiance. In Stanleyville, life cautiously resumed. Markets reopened, and schools welcomed children back, though the echoes of conflict lingered in the air. Samuel, the orphan boy rescued by Marie, began to adapt to his new life. With the help of Father Pierre, he started attending classes at a small school run by the church. Marie divided her time between the hospital and caring for Samuel. Though the work was exhausting, she found purpose in helping rebuild the lives of others. Her days were filled with stitching wounds, mending broken spirits, and sharing quiet moments of hope with those who had lost so much. Jean de Wilde, now back in Belgium, struggled to reconcile the memories of the mission with the quiet simplicity of home. He wrote letters to his comrades, exchanging stories and updates. "Stanleyville may be behind us," he wrote to Captain Verheegen, "but it will never leave us." As order returned to the Congo, attention shifted to justice. Captured Simba leaders were brought to trial, their crimes laid bare for the world to see. The proceedings, held in Leopoldville, modern-day Kinshasa, drew international attention. Survivors of the rebellion testified, recounting the horrors they had endured. Among the witnesses was John Harper. He described the days spent in captivity, the executions he had witnessed, and the fear that had gripped him and his fellow hostages. His testimony was harrowing, but he delivered it with clarity, determined to honor those who had not survived. The trial concluded with harsh sentences for many of the Simba leaders. While some viewed the verdicts as justice served, others saw them as a reminder of the deep divisions still plaguing the Congo. For the people of Stanleyville, the trials brought some closure, but they also reopened wounds that had barely begun to heal. Though the Simba rebellion was effectively crushed, peace in the Congo remained fragile. The government faced the enormous task of rebuilding a fractured nation. Infrastructure projects were launched, and international aid flowed in, but the scars of the conflict ran deep. Father Pierre's church became a hub for reconciliation efforts. He organized community meetings, bringing together families who had been on opposing sides of the rebellion. "We cannot change the past," he often said, "but we can choose how we move forward." For Marie, the focus was on creating a future for Samuel. She enrolled him in a nearby school and encouraged his curiosity about the world. "You are the future of this country," she told him one evening. Her words planted a seed of hope in the boy's heart, one that would guide him as he grew. The story of Operation Blowdown. In the dense, untamed jungles of Cape York Peninsula, Australia, the year 1963 bore witness to a peculiar operation that married science and destruction. Known as Operation Blowdown, it was neither a battle nor a show of force but a calculated experiment aimed at understanding the unforgiving chaos wrought by a nuclear detonation on tropical landscapes. This was an age of nuclear anxieties, a time when the world teetered on the edge of cataclysm. Yet, amidst the geopolitical tensions, a collaboration unfolded between the Australian Army and their allies, the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada. They gathered not for war but for discovery, their purpose shrouded in secrecy and speculation. The canopy of the Katini-Piamut jungle stood unbroken, its towering trees whispering ancient stories of survival. But under that lush green cover, soldiers, scientists, and engineers prepared to turn nature into a proving ground. With 50 tons of TNT stacked atop a steel tower, they set the stage for a controlled inferno. Their goal, to simulate and analyze the blast effects of nuclear weapons on tropical rainforests and military infrastructure. What followed would forever alter their understanding of destruction and survival. It began with an idea, a question that gnawed at military strategists and defense researchers alike. Could the impenetrable jungles of Southeast Asia, a theater of warfare looming on the horizon, be neutralized using nuclear technology? The Vietnam War was escalating, and whispers of Australia's potential involvement made the question more urgent than ever. In Canberra, a room filled with maps, diagrams, and blueprints buzzed with subdued conversation. The Australian Army, in collaboration with the Department of Supply and the Defence Standards Laboratory, conceptualized a test that could provide critical answers. They dubbed it Operation Blowdown. To keep their intentions masked, they couched the experiment in terms of scientific curiosity, a study of blast effects on tropical rainforests, military equipment, and troop movement. The selection of the test site itself was a feat of logistics and strategy. North Queensland's Iron Range, with its thick rainforest and remote location, became the chosen ground. The jungle, untouched and wild, mirrored the conditions of Vietnam. Over weeks, teams of engineers and surveyors from the Royal Australian Engineers 24th Construction Squadron cleared paths and established the base camp. Their work was meticulous, for the slightest miscalculation could jeopardize the results. On the outskirts of the jungle, workers began assembling the centerpiece of the experiment, a 136-foot steel tower that would hold the spherical configuration of explosives. Each tin of TNT was weighed, measured, and meticulously placed to form a perfect sphere. The structure stood like a foreboding sentinel, waiting for the command to unleash devastation. Among the camp's personnel was Lieutenant Robert Fraser, a young officer with a sharp mind and a quiet demeanor. Tasked with overseeing logistics, Fraser had reservations about the experiment. He wandered the test site at dusk, the dying sunlight painting the canopy in hues of gold and green. In the moments of quiet, he questioned whether such immense destruction could ever be justified, even in the name of preparedness. The day was set for July 18, 1963. The countdown to detonation had begun. Scientists adjusted their instruments, soldiers rehearsed their maneuvers, and the forest held its breath. In the heart of this vast wilderness, humanity prepared to wield its power against nature, not in anger, but in pursuit of knowledge. The steel tower at the center of Operation Blowdown loomed over the rainforest, an alien structure in a realm dominated by nature. Built with precision and reinforced to bear the immense weight of 50 tons of TNT, it was the heart of the experiment. Engineers referred to it as the stacked sphere, a testament to its unique construction. Inside the sphere, thousands of cylindrical TNT blocks were packed tightly, their arrangement calculated to ensure maximum symmetry in the blast wave. Every detail mattered. The slightest error in packing the charges could alter the explosion's effects, jeopardizing the results of months of planning. Teams worked under sweltering conditions, their faces slick with sweat, their hands steady as they placed the final blocks. Alongside them, safety officers maintained a constant vigil, knowing that a single mistake could result in catastrophe. Beyond the immediate site, preparations extended into the jungle. 4 lanes were cleared, radiating outwards from the tower like spokes of a wheel. These lanes were meticulously instrumented with pressure gauges, high-speed cameras, and debris measurement equipment. Military vehicles, ammunition, and even simulated personnel were positioned strategically to study the impact at various distances. The canopy above them whispered in the wind, unaware of the devastation it would soon endure. Lieutenant Fraser spent his days inspecting the logistics of the setup, ensuring that every instrument was calibrated and every piece of equipment accounted for. Yet, as he walked the forest trails, he couldn't shake the sense of unease that clung to him. He often paused to watch the wildlife, birds darting through the leaves, the occasional wallaby skirting the undergrowth. It struck him that they had no idea what was coming. Perhaps that ignorance was a mercy. Operation Blowdown was not just an Australian endeavor. It drew participants and observers from the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada. American scientists brought cutting-edge pressure measurement equipment, much of it previously used during Project Plowshare, an experiment exploring the peaceful uses of nuclear explosives. For the Australians, this was a chance to showcase their growing military and scientific capabilities on an international stage. Observers arrived in waves, flown in on small military aircraft that landed on hastily cleared runways. Among them was Dr. Charles Merritt, an American physicist specializing in blast dynamics. Merritt's calm demeanor masked an unyielding curiosity. For him, this test was more than a military exercise, it was an opportunity to understand how explosive forces interacted with complex environments. In the jungle, tensions ran high as the final days of preparation approached. The test site, once a cacophony of hammers and engines, grew eerily quiet. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter to ensure the site's security, their uniforms blending into the dense foliage. At night, the base camp became a hub of subdued conversation. Around makeshift tables, scientists discussed hypotheses, while soldiers shared nervous laughter over cups of coffee. The night before the detonation, Dr. Merritt sat with Lieutenant Fraser on a hill overlooking the test site. The tower glimmered faintly in the moonlight, an artificial silhouette against the organic sprawl of the forest. "Do you ever wonder if we'll regret this?" Fraser asked, his voice low. Merritt thought for a moment before replying. "Regret and progress often walk hand in hand. What we learn here may save lives, or it may teach us how fragile we truly are." The morning of July 18, 1963, dawned clear and warm. A quiet buzz filled the air as personnel took their positions. Observers were stationed 2 miles away, atop a hill 650 feet above the blast zone. From there, they could see the tower standing tall, surrounded by a sea of green. Cameras were set to roll, and instruments hummed to life. At precisely 8:30 a.m., the countdown began. Each number echoed across the radio, crisp and deliberate. 3, 2, 1, detonate. The explosion that followed was beyond anything the witnesses could have imagined. 50 tons of TNT erupted in a flash of blinding light, followed by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the earth itself. The shockwave tore through the jungle, reducing trees to splinters and sending a cloud of debris billowing into the sky. Within seconds, the vibrant green canopy had been transformed into a barren wasteland. From their vantage point, Fraser and Merritt watched in silence. The sheer scale of the destruction was sobering. Trees within 250 feet of the blast were obliterated, while those farther out stood as skeletal remnants of their former selves. A layer of shredded leaves blanketed the ground, smothering what life had once thrived there. When the dust settled, the jungle was unrecognizable. Soldiers and scientists ventured cautiously into the blast zone, their boots crunching through the debris. The scene was surreal, a battlefield without a war, a stark reminder of humanity's power to destroy. Fraser felt a pang of guilt as he surveyed the devastation, but he buried it beneath the weight of duty. There was work to be done. Hours after the detonation, the first teams ventured into the scarred heart of the rainforest. Soldiers moved cautiously, their boots crunching through a thick layer of pulverized leaves and shattered wood. The air was heavy with the acrid tang of scorched vegetation, mingling with the dampness of the jungle. What had once been a vibrant ecosystem was now a wasteland of broken trunks and uprooted trees. Lieutenant Fraser led a small reconnaissance team, their objective to assess the immediate effects of the blast on the terrain and equipment. The scene was both surreal and haunting. Vehicles near Ground Zero were mangled beyond recognition, twisted metal husks half buried in debris. Trenches, once fortified with sandbags, had collapsed under the force of the shockwave, leaving behind indistinct craters. As the group advanced, they found evidence of the blast's raw power. Trees within 250 feet of the detonation point had been sheared clean off, their stumps jutting from the ground like jagged tombstones. Beyond this radius, defoliation was severe but less complete. Fraser paused to inspect a tree still standing at the edge of the devastation. Its bark was stripped bare, and its branches hung limply, as if the forest itself had surrendered to the might of the explosion. Nearby, a team of scientists worked methodically, collecting data from pressure gauges and retrieving the blackened remains of high-speed cameras. Dr. Merritt joined Fraser, his notebook in hand. 83 psi recorded at 190 feet, he remarked, his tone a mix of awe and apprehension. Equivalent to a wind speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. The forest didn't stand a chance. Fraser nodded silently, his eyes scanning the ruined landscape. The days following the detonation were consumed by analysis. Teams cataloged the damage, measuring the extent of destruction at varying distances from ground zero. The detailed records would form the foundation of reports and recommendations for military strategy. Among the findings, one fact stood out: the sheer unpredictability of nature. In some areas, small trees had withstood the blast, shielded by larger ones that bore the brunt of the explosion. In others, equipment placed farther from ground zero was destroyed while closer items remained intact. The jungle's chaotic structure made it impossible to predict how the shock wave would propagate, a reality that both frustrated and fascinated the researchers. Dr. Merritt spent hours poring over the data, his mind racing with possibilities. One evening, he presented his preliminary conclusions to a gathering of scientists and military personnel. The blast was devastating, but it also revealed the limits of our control, he began. In a real conflict, the jungle's irregularity could work both for and against us. This experiment has given us valuable insights, but it has also shown us how much we still have to learn. For Fraser, the findings were a sobering reminder of the operation's purpose. He thought of the soldiers who might one day fight in similar environments, facing not only the enemy but also the unforgiving terrain. The jungle was not just a battleground, it was a force to be reckoned with, one that demanded respect and understanding. As Operation Blowdown unfolded, the specter of the Vietnam War loomed ever larger. By 1963, Australia's involvement in the conflict was growing, and the lessons of the experiment were seen as crucial to preparing for the challenges ahead. Behind closed doors, military strategists debated the implications of using nuclear weapons to clear dense jungles. In Canberra, senior officials met to review the initial reports from the test. General Thomas Eldridge, a decorated veteran and vocal advocate for innovative tactics, was among those in attendance. The data is clear, he argued. In a jungle war, traditional methods of clearing terrain are slow and costly. We need to consider all options, even the ones that seem unthinkable. But not everyone agreed. Dr. Elaine Warren, an environmental scientist who had observed the experiment, cautioned against the potential consequences. The destruction we witnessed was total, but it wasn't precise, she countered. Using such weapons would not only devastate the environment but also risk catastrophic harm to civilian populations. We must weigh the costs carefully. The debate reflected broader tensions within the international community. The Cold War had driven nations to push the boundaries of military technology, yet the moral and ecological implications of such advancements were impossible to ignore. Operation Blowdown had provided answers, but it had also raised new questions, ones that would linger long after the jungle had begun to heal. In the weeks following the explosion, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. Amidst the ruins of the rainforest, signs of life emerged. Small shoots of green pushed through the charred soil, and birds returned to the periphery of the blast zone. The forest, though deeply scarred, was beginning to recover. Fraser often found himself wandering the site, drawn to these tiny symbols of resilience. One afternoon, he spotted a cassowary picking its way through the debris, its vivid plumage a stark contrast to the muted tones of the landscape. The sight filled him with a sense of hope, reminder that nature, for all its fragility, possessed an enduring strength. For the scientists, the regrowth was as significant as the destruction. Dr. Merritt and Dr. Warren collaborated on a study to document the ecological recovery, their work offering a glimmer of optimism amidst the grim realities of war. Life finds a way, Warren observed during one of their field surveys. Even in the aftermath of such devastation, the forest begins to heal itself. Perhaps there's a lesson in that. Fraser agreed, though he couldn't help but wonder how many more forests would be sacrificed in the name of progress. The experiment was over, but its impact would ripple far beyond the confines of Cape York Peninsula. As the camp was dismantled and personnel prepared to leave, the jungle stood as a silent witness to the consequences of human ambition, a fragile yet unyielding testament to the power of both destruction and renewal. By the end of July 1963, the test site at Cape York Peninsula was a hive of activity once more, but this time with a singular focus: dismantling the operation. The steel tower, now reduced to twisted remnants, was salvaged for its components. Researchers packed up their instruments, carefully preserving the wealth of data collected. Trucks groaned under the weight of equipment as they rolled out of the jungle, their tires carving tracks in the softened earth. Lieutenant Fraser oversaw the final logistics, ensuring that nothing of value was left behind. Yet, as he walked through the ruins one last time, he couldn't shake the feeling that something intangible remained. The devastation was a testament to human ingenuity, but also to humanity's capacity for destruction. He paused near a fallen tree, its massive trunk snapped cleanly by the blast. The jungle would heal, he knew, but scars would linger, both in the land and in his mind. At the base camp, farewells were exchanged among the multinational teams. Friendships had formed amidst the shared tension and purpose of the mission. Dr. Merritt, notebook in hand, approached Fraser. "What will you tell people about this place?" Merritt asked. Fraser considered the question carefully. "I'll tell them it was a lesson," he said finally. "In power, in resilience, and in responsibility." As the last convoy departed, the site grew quiet. The jungle, though wounded, began its slow return to life. Operation Blowdown had left an indelible mark, not just on the forest, but on everyone who had witnessed it. The findings of Operation Blowdown reverberated through military and scientific communities across the globe. Reports detailing the effects of the blast were shared among allied nations, sparking debates about the role of nuclear weapons in unconventional warfare. In Canberra, high-ranking officials pored over the data, weighing its implications for Australia's evolving military doctrine. General Eldridge, an ardent proponent of innovative tactics, saw the operation as a validation of his theories. "The jungle can be tamed," he declared in a closed-door meeting. "If necessary, we have the tools to neutralize even the most formidable terrain." His words found support among some, but others voiced concerns about the ethical and ecological costs of such actions. Meanwhile, in Washington, the results of the test were analyzed alongside data from other nuclear experiments, including Project Plowshare. American strategists viewed Operation Blowdown as a potential blueprint for future conflicts, particularly in Southeast Asia. But behind the scenes, dissent grew. Critics within the scientific community warned of the long-term consequences of using nuclear weapons in sensitive ecosystems. Dr. Warren, now back at her university, penned a paper highlighting the environmental impact of the test. "The destruction we witnessed was not just physical," she wrote. "It disrupted an intricate web of life, one that will take decades to fully recover. As we advance our understanding of war, we must also advance our commitment to preserving the world we fight to protect." Months after the operation, the test site remained a desolate expanse. Yet, nature was quietly reclaiming what had been lost. The first rains of the wet season had come and gone, nurturing the seeds buried beneath layers of debris. Patches of green dotted the landscape, small but defiant against the scars of the blast. Local communities, long stewards of the land, spoke of the forest's resilience with a quiet reverence. Elders from nearby indigenous groups visited the site, offering traditional blessings for the land's recovery. For them, the forest was more than a collection of trees, it was a living entity, deeply connected to their history and culture. Back in Canberra, Fraser often thought of those visits. Their perspective had resonated with him, challenging his understanding of the land he had served to test. He wrote a letter to Dr. Warren, sharing his reflections. "The jungle will heal," he concluded. "But what of us? Will we learn from this, or will we repeat it until nothing is left to heal?" As the years passed, Operation Blowdown faded from public memory, overshadowed by the larger events of the Vietnam War and the Cold War. Yet, for those who had been there, the experience remained vivid. Fraser retired from the military a decade later, his career marked by a quiet dedication to ethical decision-making. Dr. Merritt continued his research, his findings influencing the design of blast-resistant structures and protective equipment. Dr. Warren's advocacy took her to international conferences, where she championed environmental protections in military planning. Her work gained recognition, though her warnings often fell on deaf ears in an era dominated by geopolitical tensions. Still, she persevered, her voice a steady reminder of the balance between progress and preservation. The forest itself became a quiet symbol of resilience. Though scars of the blast could still be found, they were softened by new growth. Birds nested in the regrown canopy, and animals returned to the once barren ground. For those who visited, the site told a story not just of destruction, but of recovery, a testament to the enduring power of nature in the face of human ambition. Years after Operation Blowdown, its effects rippled quietly through military research, environmental studies, and geopolitical discourse. For some, it was a success, a technical triumph in understanding the power of explosives and their applications in unconventional warfare. For others, it was a stark warning of what such power could unleash. In Vietnam, dense jungles became critical battlegrounds. While Operation Blowdown had demonstrated the destructive capability of explosives, the jungle's unpredictable nature continued to challenge military operations. Napalm and defoliants like Agent Orange replaced explosives in the theater of war, leaving behind scars not unlike those witnessed in Cape York. The ethical debates ignited by Blowdown gained renewed urgency as the consequences of chemical warfare became clear. Back in Australia, the operation's legacy influenced the training of troops deployed to Southeast Asia. Lessons learned in Cape York were incorporated into manuals on jungle warfare, emphasizing the importance of adaptability and respect for the terrain. For Lieutenant Fraser, who had by now risen to the rank of major, these lessons were bittersweet. He took pride in his contributions but remained haunted by the memory of the forest's devastation. Dr. Warren's work found new relevance as environmental concerns began to rise globally. She traveled extensively, presenting her findings to audiences ranging from military planners to ecologists. "We are part of the ecosystems we disrupt," she would often remind her listeners. "To destroy them is, in part, to destroy ourselves." A decade after the operation, a small team of researchers returned to the Iron Range test site. The Australian government had commissioned a study to assess the long-term environmental recovery of the area. Among the team was Dr. Warren, who had fought for years to ensure such studies were conducted. The site was unrecognizable from the barren wasteland she had last seen. Saplings had grown into sturdy trees, and the undergrowth was thick with ferns and shrubs. Yet, evidence of the blast remained. The skeletal remnants of larger trees still stood like sentinels, their charred bark a stark contrast to the lush greenery around them. Warren walked the site with a mixture of awe and sadness. The forest's resilience was undeniable, but it bore permanent scars. Soil samples revealed lingering disruptions to the ecosystem, while some plant species had yet to re-establish themselves. For her, the visit was a reminder of both the forest's strength and its fragility. Her final report was a call to action, urging policymakers to consider the ecological consequences of military actions. "The land remembers," she wrote. "We must tread lightly, for the marks we leave may last far longer than we anticipate." By the late 1970s, Operation Blowdown had become a case study in military academies and environmental science programs. Students analyzed the operation from multiple perspectives, debating its ethics, effectiveness, and long-term consequences. For many, it was a stark illustration of the complex interplay between human ambition and natural systems. Among those students was Samuel Fraser, the son of Lieutenant Fraser. A cadet at the Australian Defence Force Academy, Samuel had grown up listening to his father's stories about the jungle and the lessons it had taught him. "It wasn't just a test," his father had once said. "It was a mirror, showing us who we are and what we're capable of." Samuel approached the case with a sense of curiosity and caution. He pored over the records, seeking not only tactical insights but also the broader implications of the operation. In his final paper, he concluded that the most important lesson of Operation Blowdown was not about warfare but about responsibility. "Power without foresight," he wrote, "is a dangerous weapon in itself." In 1983, on the 20th anniversary of Operation Blowdown, a small group of veterans, scientists, and local community members gathered at the Iron Range test site. The event was informal, organized by those who felt a need to honor the operation's legacy, not as a triumph, but as a moment of reckoning. Among the attendees were Fraser, now retired, and Dr. Warren, still an advocate for environmental stewardship. They stood together near the site of the detonation, their conversation marked by long silences. The forest around them had regrown, its canopy lush and vibrant, but the memories of that fateful day remained vivid. A simple plaque was unveiled, bearing an inscription that captured the operation's dual legacy. "In this place, we sought knowledge through destruction. May we remember the cost and strive for a future where wisdom guides our power." The attendees dispersed quietly, leaving the site to the forest and its creatures. For Fraser and Warren, the day was a moment of closure, though not without lingering questions. As they walked back to the trail, Fraser turned to Warren and said, "Do you think we've learned enough?" Warren paused before replying, "Perhaps. But there's still more to learn, and more to protect." The story of El Dorado Canyon. April 14, 1986. The night sky over Tripoli was eerily calm, masking the storm that loomed on the horizon. Below, the streets carried the faint echoes of an uneasy city. Children clung to their parents, unsure of the fear they sensed in the air. In the heart of the city, Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi sat amidst his advisors, his gaze piercing through reports of escalating tensions with the United States. Unbeknownst to many, the events of that night would ripple across the globe, a dramatic confrontation born of a history of distrust and bloodshed. In Washington, President Ronald Reagan addressed his closest aides, the gravity of his decision etched deeply into his features. The directive for Operation El Dorado Canyon had been given, a punitive strike against Libyan targets in response to the Berlin discotheque bombing that had left U.S. servicemen dead and pointed to Libyan involvement. The stage was set for a pivotal moment in Cold War-era geopolitics, where the clashing ambitions of two nations would collide in the darkness. Across the Mediterranean, U.S. naval carriers quietly prepared for action. Pilots of the United States Air Force and Navy studied their briefing materials. The mission laid bare airstrikes against strategic targets in Libya, including military installations and Gaddafi's own residence. Among them was Captain Mark Hansen, a veteran pilot with an unshakable resolve, and Lieutenant Sarah Bennett, embarking on her first mission of this scale. Their lives, along with many others, were poised to intertwine with history. As the clock struck midnight, Tripoli's calm facade began to fracture. The city's defenses braced for the worst, while citizens whispered prayers of safety. Above them, an invisible force moved closer, each jet a harbinger of destruction. The stage was set for Operation El Dorado Canyon, a single night that would alter the course of countless lives. The animosity between Libya and the United States had not emerged overnight. In the years leading up to 1986, tensions had simmered, fueled by Gaddafi's ambitious rhetoric and acts of defiance against Western influence. Gaddafi envisioned himself as a revolutionary leader of the Arab world, a modern Saladin who would challenge Western imperialism. His rhetoric extended beyond words, as his regime provided support for terrorist activities across Europe and the Middle East. Washington viewed Gaddafi's Libya as a growing threat. Under Reagan's presidency, a staunchly anti-communist and pro-American stance defined U.S. foreign policy. The Berlin discotheque bombing on April 5, 1986, was the tipping point. Intelligence pointed to Libyan agents orchestrating the attack, which killed 2 American servicemen and wounded dozens more. For Reagan, the incident was an act of war, one that required an unequivocal response. In the days following the bombing, Washington buzzed with activity. National Security Advisor John Poindexter and Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger worked tirelessly to develop a strategic response. The mission had to be precise, punitive, and loud enough to send a message to adversaries worldwide. The plan that emerged targeted 5 sites in Tripoli and Benghazi, chosen to cripple Libya's capacity to support terrorism while sparing civilian lives as much as possible. As planning continued, the Mediterranean became a hub of activity. The USS Coral Sea and USS America carriers moved into position, their decks lined with aircraft prepped for the operation. Pilots received their orders with a mix of apprehension and determination. This was no ordinary mission, it was a gamble that could either curb Libyan aggression or ignite a wider conflict. The Mediterranean Sea turned into a crucible of action as U.S. forces finalized preparations for Operation El Dorado Canyon. Pilots aboard the USS America and USS Coral Sea reviewed mission plans in somber silence. Maps of Libyan airspace were unfurled, routes drawn with precision, and objectives laid bare: airbases, military headquarters, and Gaddafi's own compound. Every detail was scrutinized to avoid unnecessary loss of civilian life, but the inherent risk of collateral damage weighed heavily on the minds of commanders. Lieutenant Sarah Bennett stood in the briefing room, surrounded by seasoned pilots. She traced the line on the map with her finger, a path that cut through hostile territory, skirting advanced Soviet-built air defense systems. "This will test every ounce of skill we have," the mission commander said grimly. Sarah exchanged a glance with Captain Mark Hansen, whose calm demeanor served as a silent anchor. Thousands of miles away in Washington, President Reagan met with his national security team in the Situation Room. Intelligence reports were scrutinized, and legal justifications for the strikes were reinforced. The operation was not without its detractors. Some allies had already voiced their disapproval, cautioning against potential escalation. Reagan, however, remained resolute. "If we don't respond now, the message to terrorists will be clear: they can act with impunity," he said. As night fell over the Mediterranean, the tension aboard the carriers was palpable. Pilots suited up, their helmets reflecting the dim lights of the hangar. Sarah adjusted her oxygen mask, her thoughts briefly drifting to her family back home. For the people of Tripoli and Benghazi, the quiet night carried an ominous weight. The stage was set, and the operation was about to begin. Shortly after 2 a.m. local time on April 15, the first wave of F-111 bombers, escorted by electronic warfare planes, streaked through the Libyan sky. Their engines roared against the silence of the night, a sound that would soon be followed by explosions. Libyan radar operators scrambled as their screens lit up with blips, enemy aircraft breaching their airspace. The Libyan Air Defense Network, one of the most formidable in Africa, roared to life. Surface-to-air missile batteries unleashed their deadly payloads, and anti-aircraft guns sprayed the sky with fire. Despite the chaos, the U.S. pilots maintained their composure, weaving through danger with calculated precision. Sarah's plane was part of the second wave, tasked with targeting the Azizia barracks, a key military installation in Gaddafi's residence. As they approached the target, the darkness was illuminated by the orange glow of tracer fire. "Stay tight," came Captain Hansen's voice over the radio. Sarah's hands tightened on the controls as her plane descended for its bombing run. On the ground, the residents of Tripoli woke to a nightmarish scene. Explosions shattered windows and rattled buildings. Families huddled in fear as the city was transformed into a battlefield. In the chaos, Gaddafi and his family narrowly escaped death, but others were not as fortunate. The strike was devastating, yet it marked only the beginning of the night's events. As the bombers returned to their carriers, the extent of the damage began to emerge. The strikes had hit their targets with precision, crippling Libyan infrastructure and sending a clear message. Yet, the cost was undeniable. Libyan officials reported dozens of casualties, including civilians caught in the crossfire. The sight of shattered buildings and grieving families would haunt the survivors for years to come. In Tripoli, Gaddafi appeared on state television, defiantly vowing retaliation. His words were a mix of anger and resolve, promising to strike back against the imperialist aggression. Meanwhile, Libyan streets filled with protesters, their chants echoing with a mix of grief and fury. The bombing had united the country in its pain, but also deepened the rift between Libya and the West. Aboard the USS Coral Sea, Sarah sat in the mess hall, her food untouched. The exhilaration of the mission was tempered by the images of destruction replaying in her mind. "We did our job," Captain Hansen said quietly, sensing her unease. "War is never clean. But we hit what we had to, and maybe it will save lives in the long run." His words offered little comfort, but she nodded, knowing the complexities of the mission she had signed up for. As dawn broke over Tripoli, the dust began to settle. The world watched with bated breath, uncertain of what Libya's response would be. Operation El Dorado Canyon was over, but its impact was just beginning to unfold, a ripple effect that would shape international relations, policies, and countless lives in the years to come. Tripoli awoke to devastation. The rising sun revealed a city scarred by destruction. Buildings lay in ruins, smoke curled into the sky, and emergency sirens wailed through the streets. Families emerged from shelters to find homes reduced to rubble. Hospitals, already overwhelmed, struggled to treat the wounded. For many Libyans, the bombing was not just an act of aggression but a deeply personal tragedy. Among the ruins of the Azizia barracks, military personnel sifted through the debris, assessing the damage. The strikes had destroyed key infrastructure, but the message was clear: Libya's support for terrorism would no longer be tolerated. Gaddafi's compound bore the marks of a narrowly avoided catastrophe. He and his family had escaped, but only just. His young daughter Hannah, however, was among the casualties, a loss that would fuel his fury. In Washington, officials monitored the situation closely. Reagan addressed the nation later that day, his words firm and resolute. This action was necessary to protect American lives and prevent further acts of terrorism, he declared. Public opinion in the United States was largely supportive, but international reactions were mixed. Allies like the United Kingdom expressed solidarity, while others, including France and Italy, condemned the unilateral action. Across the Mediterranean, the U.S. naval fleet remained on high alert. Pilots like Sarah and Mark tried to process the events of the previous night. There was pride in the mission's success, but it was overshadowed by the grim reality of war. As the news spread, questions lingered: had the operation achieved its goals, or would it provoke an even more dangerous response from Libya? Muammar Gaddafi wasted no time responding. In fiery speeches broadcast across Libya, he condemned the United States and vowed retribution. His rhetoric resonated with many Libyans, uniting them in anger and grief. Across the region, protests erupted in support of Libya, with demonstrators burning American flags and chanting anti-Western slogans. Behind closed doors, Gaddafi convened his advisors. Plans were set in motion to strike back, not through conventional military means but by leveraging Libya's global network of operatives. Intelligence agencies around the world braced for a wave of retaliatory attacks, and their fears were not unfounded. In the months following the bombing, several incidents were linked to Libyan-backed groups, including attacks on U.S. embassies and citizens. One of the most notable acts of retaliation came in the form of a bombing at La Belle Discotheque in Berlin, a tragic echo of the earlier attack that had triggered Operation El Dorado Canyon. The cycle of violence continued, each side justifying their actions as necessary for their security and survival. Meanwhile, the international community found itself deeply divided. While some nations criticized the United States for escalating tensions, others condemned Libya for its ongoing support of terrorism. The conflict had become a symbol of the broader struggle between Western powers and the forces they deemed as threats to global stability. In the weeks following the bombing, the human toll became increasingly evident. Families in Tripoli mourned their lost loved ones, and the city struggled to rebuild. Stories of survival emerged, each more harrowing than the last. Among them was Fatima, a nurse who had spent the night tending to victims in a makeshift hospital. She described the chaos, the cries of the injured, and the sheer magnitude of the destruction. For those in the U.S. military, the mission's success was tempered by the knowledge of the lives it had disrupted. Sarah Bennett wrote a letter to her parents, trying to articulate the conflicting emotions she felt. "We did what we had to," she wrote. "But I can't stop thinking about the people on the ground, the families, the children. War feels different when you see its consequences." Journalists from around the world descended on Libya, documenting the aftermath. Their reports painted a grim picture of the human cost, challenging the narrative of a clean, surgical strike. The images of devastated neighborhoods and grieving families sparked debates about the ethics of modern warfare. As the dust settled, the world grappled with the complexity of the situation. The bombing had sent a powerful message, but at what cost? For many, it was a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of conflict and the fragility of peace. Months after the bombing, the situation remained volatile. Libya's retaliatory actions strained international relations, and the threat of further escalation loomed. Diplomatic channels buzzed with activity as world leaders sought to de-escalate the situation. The United Nations called for restraint on all sides, emphasizing the need for dialogue over violence. In Tripoli, life slowly began to return to normal, but the scars of the bombing remained. Reconstruction efforts were underway, but the memories of that night lingered in the minds of the people. Fatima continued her work at the hospital, determined to help her community heal. Her resilience became a symbol of hope for many Libyans. For Sarah and her fellow pilots, the mission became a defining moment in their careers. They carried the weight of their actions, knowing they had played a role in a significant chapter of history. Mark Hansen, ever the mentor, reminded them of the complexities of their duty. "War is never black and white," he said. "We serve to protect, but we must never lose sight of the human cost." As the world moved forward, the events of April 1986 remained a stark reminder of the delicate balance between justice and violence, between power and humanity. The bombing of Libya was over, but its legacy continued to shape the lives of those it had touched, both on the ground and in the skies above. In the aftermath of the bombing, Muammar Gaddafi launched a propaganda campaign designed to rally his people and the broader Arab world. His speeches portrayed Libya as a victim of imperialist aggression, emphasizing the civilian casualties and destruction inflicted by the U.S. strikes. Billboards bearing anti-American slogans appeared across Tripoli, and state-controlled media broadcast a steady stream of fiery rhetoric. Gaddafi's message resonated not only in Libya but also in parts of the Middle East and North Africa, where resentment against Western intervention was already widespread. Solidarity protests broke out in several countries, and Gaddafi seized the opportunity to position himself as a leader of resistance against Western domination. However, behind the bold speeches and orchestrated displays of defiance, cracks began to show in his regime. Some Libyans, particularly those who had lost family members in the bombing, grew disillusioned with Gaddafi's leadership, blaming his policies for inviting the wrath of the United States. The internal dissent was subtle but palpable, a quiet undercurrent beneath the state's tightly controlled facade. For Washington, the propaganda war posed a challenge. While Reagan's administration sought to justify the bombing as a necessary measure against terrorism, images of injured civilians and destroyed neighborhoods undermined their narrative. The U.S. State Department scrambled to counteract Libya's claims, emphasizing intelligence that linked Gaddafi's regime to acts of terror. Yet, the battle for public opinion proved as complex and fraught as the military operation itself. The months following Operation El Dorado Canyon saw an intensified focus on intelligence gathering by both sides. The United States ramped up its efforts to monitor Libyan activities, seeking to prevent future terrorist attacks. Satellites, spies, and diplomatic channels worked in concert, piecing together a picture of Gaddafi's retaliatory strategies. The CIA operated in shadows, tracking Libyan agents suspected of planning operations abroad. In Europe, Libyan embassies became hubs of activity, and Western intelligence agencies kept a close watch. The fear of another high-profile attack like the Berlin discotheque bombing loomed large, pushing governments to tighten security measures. In Tripoli, Gaddafi's inner circle worked tirelessly to protect the regime from further strikes. Anti-aircraft defenses were bolstered, and contingency plans were drawn for potential evacuations. The regime also sought to expand its network of operatives, relying on allies and sympathizers in other nations to act on its behalf. Among those involved in this clandestine chess game was Ali, a Libyan intelligence officer tasked with coordinating operations in Europe. Ali's role was shrouded in secrecy, and his loyalty to the regime was unyielding. Yet, as he witnessed the toll of Gaddafi's policies on his homeland, doubts began to creep into his mind. His story would become one of the many threads interwoven into the complex tapestry of this conflict. The bombing of Libya revealed deep divisions within the Western alliance. While the United Kingdom had provided crucial support for the operation, other NATO members were less enthusiastic. France, in particular, had refused to allow U.S. planes to use its airspace, a decision that complicated the logistics of the mission and forced a longer route for the F-111 bombers. These rifts reflected broader disagreements over how to address terrorism and the role of military force in international relations. European leaders feared that unilateral actions by the United States could provoke further instability, while Washington viewed its allies' reluctance as a failure to confront a shared threat. The discord extended beyond governments to the public. In Europe, large-scale protests against the bombing highlighted widespread unease with U.S. policies. Demonstrators carried signs denouncing American imperialism, and debates about the ethics of preemptive strikes dominated headlines. Despite the tensions, the alliance endured, bound by shared interests and the broader context of the Cold War. Yet, the events of 1986 underscored the challenges of maintaining unity in the face of complex and divisive threats. For Reagan, the operation was a necessary show of strength, but it came at the cost of strained relationships with key allies. As the dust settled in Libya, the threat of terrorism remained an ever-present shadow. Gaddafi's regime doubled down on its support for extremist groups, channeling resources into operations aimed at striking back against the West. For intelligence agencies worldwide, the task of countering these threats became a high-stakes battle of wits. In a small apartment in Berlin, a cell of Libyan operatives plotted their next move. Among them was Hassan, a young man drawn into Gaddafi's network by promises of loyalty to the revolution. As he prepared for his role in a covert operation, doubts gnawed at him. The faces of innocent victims from past attacks haunted his dreams, challenging his convictions. In Washington, the Reagan administration faced mounting pressure to ensure the safety of American citizens abroad. Diplomatic missions became fortresses, guarded by armed personnel and fortified by new security protocols. Yet, the fear of a surprise attack loomed large, a constant reminder of the stakes in this global struggle. For ordinary people, the era was marked by unease. Travelers hesitated before boarding planes, and cities across the world braced for the possibility of violence. The legacy of Operation El Dorado Canyon was not just the scars on Tripoli but the enduring sense of vulnerability that gripped both sides of the conflict. In the halls of the United Nations, the aftermath of Operation El Dorado Canyon became a focal point of fierce debate. Libya's ambassador condemned the airstrikes as a flagrant violation of international law, demanding accountability from the United States. Many nations echoed these sentiments, framing the bombing as an example of unchecked American aggression. However, the U.S. delegation presented a robust defense, citing evidence of Libya's involvement in international terrorism. Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick delivered a passionate speech, emphasizing the need for decisive action against states that harbored and supported terrorist networks. The world cannot stand idle while innocents are targeted, she declared. The debate was deeply polarizing. Developing nations, particularly those in Africa and the Middle East, rallied behind Libya, viewing the strikes as an affront to sovereignty. Meanwhile, Western allies offered tepid support for the United States, often balancing their statements to avoid further inflaming tensions. The resulting resolutions in the UN Security Council reflected the divisions. While Libya pushed for a condemnation of the United States, the motion was vetoed by Washington and its allies. The diplomatic stalemate symbolized the broader complexities of Cold War geopolitics, where ideological divides often overshadowed efforts at collective security. While Gaddafi's regime projected an image of strength and defiance, discontent brewed beneath the surface. The bombing had deepened economic hardships, as international sanctions tightened and trade partnerships eroded. For ordinary Libyans, life became increasingly difficult, with shortages of basic goods and mounting unemployment. Among the silent dissenters was Fatima, the nurse who had witnessed the devastation firsthand. She continued her work at the hospital, tending to victims of the bombing and the daily struggles of her community. Fatima's resolve to help her fellow citizens never wavered, but she quietly questioned the path Libya's leadership had taken. Others expressed their discontent more openly. In Benghazi, whispers of rebellion grew louder, fueled by frustration with Gaddafi's authoritarian rule. Small acts of defiance, graffiti, secret meetings, and underground publications became a form of resistance. The regime's security forces responded harshly, cracking down on dissent with arrests and intimidation. For Gaddafi, maintaining control became an ever-present challenge. The cracks in his regime, though not yet wide enough to threaten his rule, hinted at the long-term consequences of his policies. The bombing had united Libya in the short term, but the seeds of division were taking root. Operation El Dorado Canyon was not just a bilateral conflict between Libya and the United States, it was a microcosm of the broader Cold War struggle. For the Soviet Union, Gaddafi was a valuable ally, a thorn in the side of Western powers. In the aftermath of the bombing, Moscow condemned the U.S. strikes and increased its support for Libya, providing weapons, training, and economic aid. The Reagan administration viewed this as a challenge to its broader strategy of containing Soviet influence. The bombing was as much about sending a message to the Kremlin as it was about punishing Gaddafi. It was a demonstration of American resolve, a warning that terrorism would not go unanswered, even if it meant confronting Soviet-aligned states. The Cold War lens shaped every aspect of the conflict. Intelligence sharing between Western allies intensified, with NATO viewing Libya as a proxy battlefield. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union doubled down on its anti-Western rhetoric, portraying the bombing as evidence of American imperialism. For ordinary citizens on both sides, the geopolitical stakes were distant and abstract. Yet, the shadow of the Cold War loomed large, influencing decisions, alliances, and the course of history. The bombing of Libya was a single chapter in a global struggle, a reminder of how deeply interconnected the world had become. Months after the bombing, the ripple effects continued to be felt across the globe. In the Middle East, anti-American sentiment reached new heights. Protests in cities from Cairo to Tehran drew thousands, their chants condemning Western intervention. For many in the region, the bombing symbolized a broader pattern of perceived injustices by powerful nations against smaller ones. In Europe, the bombing had a different impact. Governments tightened security measures, bracing for potential Libyan retaliation. Airports became heavily guarded, and intelligence agencies worked tirelessly to uncover and prevent plots. The threat of terrorism cast a long shadow over daily life, altering how people traveled, gathered, and even thought about safety. For the United States, the operation was both a success and a burden. While it had demonstrated military might and sent a clear message to Gaddafi, it had also drawn criticism and exposed the limits of unilateral action. The Reagan administration grappled with the diplomatic fallout, balancing its tough stance on terrorism with the need to maintain international alliances. In Tripoli, the scars of the bombing were still visible, both physically and emotionally. For families who had lost loved ones, the pain was a daily reminder of the costs of conflict. Yet, amidst the rubble, life continued. Children played in the streets, markets reopened, and the people of Libya endured, as they always had, in the face of adversity. The story of Operation Cyclone. In the chill of a July evening in 1979, a plan was set into motion that would change the course of history. The world was locked in the throes of the Cold War, a silent yet ferocious contest between two superpowers. The Soviet Union, with its red star gleaming, had marched into Afghanistan, hoping to expand its sphere of influence. The United States, ever vigilant, saw an opportunity in this move, a chance to strike a blow against communism without direct confrontation. In the shadowed halls of Washington, D.C., a strategy was born, Operation Cyclone. This was no ordinary military operation. Its weapons were secrecy and proxies, its battlefield the rugged terrain of Afghanistan, and its soldiers an unlikely alliance of Afghan freedom fighters. The operation's architects in the CIA and the Pakistani ISI envisioned a covert campaign that would bleed the Soviets dry, all while avoiding the attention of the world. But they were playing with fire, enlisting the fervor of the Mujahideen and the intricate webs of regional politics. As the first shipments of weapons crossed into the mountains, whispers of the operation spread among the tribal leaders, the fighters, and the Soviet command. This was a battle that would not be fought by nations alone but by individuals, fighters, agents, and innocents whose lives were interwoven in the threads of war. This is the story of Operation Cyclone, a tale of resistance, intrigue, and the unintended consequences of ambition. The year was 1978, and Afghanistan was already simmering with unrest. The Sohr Revolution had overthrown the monarchy, and the new communist government, backed by the Soviets, was facing resistance from traditionalists and tribal leaders. In Moscow, Soviet officials debated the merits of intervening, while in Washington, President Carter's administration viewed Afghanistan as a pawn in the grand chessboard of global politics. Amid this tension, Zbigniew Brzezinski, the U.S. National Security Advisor, was convinced that the Soviet invasion could be turned into an opportunity. His sharp intellect and unyielding stance against communism shaped the beginnings of what would become Operation Cyclone. He reasoned that arming the Afghan resistance could create a quagmire for the Soviets, draining their resources and morale. In Pakistan, the Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, observed the chaos with interest. The agency's chief, General Akhtar Abdur Rahman, saw an opportunity to expand Pakistan's influence in the region. A quiet meeting in Islamabad brought CIA representatives and ISI officials together, sealing a pact that would funnel money, weapons, and training to the Afghan fighters. But this partnership was not without its challenges. The Afghan resistance was a fractured coalition of tribal groups, warlords, and religious leaders, each with their own agendas. The ISI acted as the middleman, distributing resources and trying to keep the fighters aligned. The CIA, wary of direct involvement, operated through intermediaries, maintaining plausible deniability. The jagged peaks of the Hindu Kush loomed like silent sentinels, their icy tops shimmering under the Afghan sun. In these unforgiving landscapes, the Mujahideen found both sanctuary and hardship. Men like Ahmad Shah Massoud, known as the Lion of Panjshir, rallied fighters with a vision of resistance. Massoud's strategy was one of guerrilla warfare, small, agile units striking the Soviets where they least expected. In a secluded valley, a young fighter named Gabudin Hekmatyar sharpened his blade, preparing for another ambush. Hekmatyar was fiery and ambitious, his loyalty wavering between ideology and self-interest. Across the border in Pakistan, the ISI evaluated his usefulness, supplying him with weapons despite his controversial methods. The mountains whispered tales of Soviet convoys destroyed by roadside bombs and ambushes that left no survivors. Soviet soldiers, unfamiliar with the terrain, struggled to adapt. The Mujahideen, with their deep knowledge of the land, struck with precision before melting away into the shadows. Yet, the war was more than just skirmishes. It was a battle of willpower, one where survival often depended on cunning and resourcefulness. For every mujahid who carried a rifle, there was a family enduring hunger and displacement. The human cost of war began to reveal itself in whispers, but the storm of Operation Cyclone was only gathering strength. The arrival of Soviet forces in Kabul in late 1979 marked the beginning of a brutal occupation. Across the border in Pakistan, warehouses brimming with weapons became the lifeline for the Afghan resistance. Operation Cyclone had fully taken flight, with the United States pouring millions into the program. It was a covert war fought in the shadows, with crates of AK-47s and RPGs bearing no flags or origins. The Pakistani ISI controlled the flow of these arms, selecting which Mujahideen leaders received supplies. Some, like Ahmad Shah Massoud, sought to unify resistance efforts. Others, such as Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, used their new power to solidify personal control. The US government, wary of overreach, allowed the ISI significant autonomy in these decisions. This choice would have repercussions far beyond the war. American-made Stinger missiles arrived in the mid-1980s, turning the tide of battle. Soviet helicopter gunships, once dominant in the air, became vulnerable to the handheld systems. Mujahideen fighters celebrated as downed Soviet aircraft littered the valleys. A young fighter named Abdul Haq marveled at the effectiveness of these new weapons, his resolve to fight deepening with each victory. But the river of weapons came at a cost. Rivalries between Mujahideen groups escalated as resources flowed unevenly. Corruption crept into the system, with reports of weapons being sold on the black market. Despite these issues, the program continued, its architects in Langley and Islamabad measuring success in Soviet casualties and downed helicopters. In the cold halls of the Kremlin, frustration mounted. Soviet leaders grappled with the failure to subdue Afghanistan. General Valentin Berenikov, overseeing military operations, demanded reinforcements to combat the increasingly coordinated resistance. The mountains, however, were merciless. Armored columns were ambushed, supply routes disrupted, and morale among Soviet troops plummeted. In Moscow, Mikhail Gorbachev rose to power, inheriting the quagmire. He saw Afghanistan not as a victory waiting to happen but as a drain on Soviet resources. Behind closed doors, he sought a way out, even as hardliners urged continued engagement. For soldiers like Yuri Ivanov, stationed near Jalalabad, the war was a nightmare. Letters home spoke of endless patrols, harsh winters, and comrades lost to an unseen enemy. Meanwhile, the Soviets launched devastating campaigns to crush the resistance. Villages suspected of harboring Mujahideen were bombed mercilessly, forcing families to flee. Refugee camps in Pakistan swelled as thousands crossed the border, their lives torn apart by the conflict. Among them was Mariam, a widow who had lost her home and husband but carried her 2 children on a treacherous journey to safety. Despite the suffering, the Mujahideen endured. Their defiance became a symbol of resistance, drawing fighters and support from across the Islamic world. As 1985 dawned, the war showed no signs of resolution. Instead, it became clear that both sides were locked in a struggle neither could easily escape. Operation Cyclone's architects knew the importance of allies. Saudi Arabia matched U.S. funding dollar for dollar, its intelligence services closely coordinating with the ISI. Yet, the Saudis brought another element to the war: ideology. Volunteers from across the Arab world were inspired by religious zeal to join the Afghan struggle. Among them was a wealthy Saudi named Osama bin Laden, who established bases to train foreign fighters. These Arab volunteers, known as the Afghan Arabs, were a double-edged sword. While their resources and enthusiasm bolstered the resistance, their presence often alienated local fighters. Afghan leaders like Massoud viewed them with suspicion, seeing their radical ideology as a potential threat to Afghanistan's future. In the United States, the program's covert nature drew scrutiny. Some within the CIA questioned the long-term consequences of arming unvetted groups. Yet, the Reagan administration remained resolute. Photographs of President Reagan meeting with Mujahideen leaders in the Oval Office circulated, a symbolic gesture of solidarity against Soviet aggression. Meanwhile, cracks began to form in the resistance itself. Infighting between factions intensified, and assassinations of rival leaders became common. The ISI's favoritism towards certain groups exacerbated these divisions. In the mountains, alliances were forged and broken, the lines of loyalty shifting like the sands of the Afghan deserts. The Afghan landscape became a crucible of conflict as the 1980s pressed on. By 1986, the war had grown fiercer, the Mujahideen emboldened by the influx of advanced weaponry. Among the winding paths and rocky escarpments, the Soviet army adapted, deploying special forces and heavily armored convoys to secure key routes. But even with their tactical shifts, the Soviets found themselves haunted by an elusive enemy. In the deserts of southern Afghanistan, a small group of Mujahideen prepared an ambush near the city of Kandahar. Among them was Malik, a farmer-turned-fighter whose family had been displaced by Soviet bombings. Malik's group was heavily armed with newly delivered Stinger missiles. As the rumble of approaching Soviet helicopters echoed in the distance, the fighters whispered prayers, their resolve hardened by personal loss. The ambush was swift and devastating. Within moments, 2 helicopters were engulfed in flames, crashing into the sands below. Malik and his comrades melted into the shadows, their attack a brief yet symbolic blow to Soviet air power. Stories of similar strikes spread, invigorating the Mujahideen and demoralizing Soviet troops. Yet, the desert held its own perils. Supplies were scarce, and internal divisions among resistance groups complicated operations. Malik's unit, aligned with Hekmatyar's faction, often found themselves at odds with other Mujahideen groups over control of weapons caches. These tensions underscored the fragility of the resistance, even as it scored victories against the Soviets. To the north, the Panjshir Valley remained a bastion of defiance under Ahmad Shah Massoud. The valley's natural fortifications and Massoud's strategic brilliance turned it into an impenetrable stronghold. Soviet forces launched no fewer than 9 offensives to capture the region, only to be repelled each time by Massoud's disciplined fighters. Massoud's tactics emphasized precision and mobility. His men conducted ambushes on Soviet supply lines, dismantling convoys and capturing valuable equipment. In one daring raid, Massoud's forces seized a Soviet communication hub, gaining crucial intelligence that allowed them to predict and counter subsequent offensives. But Massoud's vision extended beyond the battlefield. He worked to unite the Mujahideen factions under a common cause, striving for a future where Afghanistan could emerge as a sovereign and unified state. His moderate stance, however, placed him at odds with hardliners like Hekmatyar, who sought dominance rather than unity. The people of the Panjshir Valley revered Massoud, seeing him as both protector and leader. Villages rallied to support his fighters, providing shelter, food, and intelligence. Yet, the cost of resistance was high. Soviet airstrikes targeted the valley mercilessly, leaving behind smoldering ruins and countless civilian casualties. For every victory, there was grief, an unrelenting reminder of the price of freedom. By 1987, the Soviets faced mounting international pressure and growing dissent at home. The introduction of Mikhail Gorbachev's policies of glasnost and perestroika signaled a shift in Soviet priorities. Afghanistan, once seen as a stepping stone to regional dominance, now loomed as an albatross around the Soviet Union's neck. In a desperate bid to turn the tide, the Soviet military escalated its efforts. Helicopters strafed mountain trails, and armored divisions stormed Mujahideen-held territories. But for every advance, there was a counterstrike. Mujahideen fighters, now better trained and equipped, targeted Soviet garrisons with unrelenting precision. In Kabul, Soviet-backed President Mohammad Najibullah clung to power, his government propped up by dwindling Soviet resources. Efforts to negotiate with tribal leaders and moderate factions fell flat, as trust in the communist regime was non-existent. Meanwhile, the Afghan people suffered profoundly. The war's devastation displaced millions, turning once thriving communities into desolate wastelands. For the Mujahideen, victory seemed closer but not without complications. Factionalism persisted, and suspicions about foreign interference sowed discord. Leaders like Massoud urged unity, warning that a divided Afghanistan would be vulnerable even after the Soviets withdrew. His words, however, often fell on deaf ears. In 1989, as Soviet forces began their phased withdrawal from Afghanistan, the Mujahideen turned their attention to a significant target, the city of Jalalabad. Situated near the Pakistani border, the city was strategically vital, and its capture was intended to mark a symbolic victory. Jalalabad was heavily fortified, and its defense fell to the remnants of the Soviet-backed Afghan army. The assault began with a coordinated barrage of rockets and artillery. Mujahideen forces from multiple factions converged on the city, their unity fragile but motivated by the prospect of a decisive win. Fighters like Malik, now hardened by years of warfare, joined the ranks storming the city's outskirts. Yet, the defenders were prepared, and the battle soon devolved into a bloody stalemate. The skies above Jalalabad were thick with smoke as Soviet-supplied aircraft bombarded the advancing Mujahideen. Civilians caught in the crossfire fled in desperation, their homes reduced to rubble. Despite their superior numbers, the Mujahideen's lack of cohesion became evident. Disputes over strategy and command hampered their progress, allowing government forces to regroup and mount counterattacks. After months of fierce fighting, the Mujahideen were forced to retreat. The failure to capture Jalalabad dealt a blow to their morale and exposed the deep fractures within their ranks. For many, the battle became a sobering reminder that even with the Soviets gone, the road to victory was fraught with challenges. In February 1989, the final convoy of Soviet troops crossed the Friendship Bridge, marking the end of their 9-year occupation. General Boris Grimov, the last Soviet soldier to leave Afghanistan, walked solemnly across the bridge, his face etched with the weariness of a war that had claimed countless lives. For the Soviet Union, the withdrawal was both a relief and an admission of failure. The Kremlin's initial optimism about a swift and decisive campaign had long been replaced by the grim reality of a prolonged and unwinnable conflict. The war had drained Soviet resources, fractured its military, and tarnished its reputation on the global stage. In the streets of Kabul, the withdrawal brought no celebrations. The Afghan government, led by Najibullah, remained precariously reliant on Soviet aid and arms. For the Mujahideen, the departure of their primary adversary was a victory, but it was one tempered by the looming question of what would come next. The Mujahideen factions celebrated in their respective strongholds, yet tension simmered beneath the surface. Leaders like Massoud advocated for diplomacy and reconciliation, while others, including Hekmatyar, sought dominance through force. The seeds of future conflict were sown in the very moment of triumph. With the Soviets gone, Afghanistan's future rested in the hands of its people, or so it seemed. The Najibullah government clung to power, bolstered by the Soviet weaponry left behind. The Mujahideen intensified their efforts to capture Kabul, launching relentless offensives against the capital's defenses. In the mountains, Massoud consolidated his forces, carefully planning his next move. His vision of a unified Afghanistan stood in stark contrast to the chaos engulfing the country. Meanwhile, Hekmatyar's faction bombarded Kabul with rockets, showing little regard for the civilian toll. The city's streets became rivers of blood as its residents bore the brunt of the violence. In rural regions, tribal leaders attempted to restore order, but the scars of war were too deep. Villages were divided, and loyalties shifted as alliances were forged and broken. Refugee camps swelled along the Pakistani border, their inhabitants uncertain of whether they would ever return home. By 1992, the Najibullah government had collapsed, its resources exhausted and its supporters disillusioned. Yet, the fall of Kabul did not bring peace. Instead, the Mujahideen factions turned on each other, vying for control of a nation left in ruins. The war that began as a resistance against foreign occupation had now evolved into a battle for Afghanistan's soul. As the 1990s unfolded, the consequences of Operation Cyclone began to take shape. The United States, having achieved its strategic goal of defeating the Soviets in Afghanistan, turned its attention elsewhere. Funding for the Mujahideen dwindled, leaving the factions to fend for themselves. In the chaos, a new force began to emerge. Disillusioned by the infighting among the Mujahideen, a group of religious students, known as the Taliban, rose to prominence. Their promise of restoring order and enforcing strict Islamic law resonated with war-weary Afghans. Backed by Pakistan, the Taliban rapidly gained territory, sweeping aside fragmented resistance. Meanwhile, foreign fighters who had joined the Afghan cause, including Osama bin Laden, sought new missions. Bin Laden, emboldened by the perceived success of the Afghan jihad, turned his attention to a global stage, laying the groundwork for future conflicts. The legacy of Operation Cyclone was complex. While it had achieved its immediate objective, its long-term effects rippled across the globe, reshaping the dynamics of geopolitics and sowing the seeds of future wars. In the ashes of Afghanistan, a new storm brewed, one that would soon engulf the world. By 1994, Afghanistan was a nation in freefall. The Mujahideen factions, once united against a common enemy, now tore each other apart in a bitter civil war. Kabul, a city battered by years of conflict, became a battleground where rockets rained down indiscriminately. In the midst of this chaos, the Taliban emerged, a movement of religious students promising to restore order and enforce a strict interpretation of Islamic law. The Taliban's rise was meteoric. With support from Pakistan's ISI and funding from wealthy benefactors in the Gulf, they rapidly gained control of southern Afghanistan. Their first major victory came in Kandahar, where they disarmed warlords and established their rule. Villagers, weary of lawlessness, initially welcomed the Taliban as liberators, their promises of stability a beacon of hope in a shattered land. Among the Taliban's ranks were young men hardened by years in refugee camps and madrasas. Mullah Muhammad Omar, the group's reclusive leader, emerged as a unifying figure. His insistence on austere governance resonated with his followers, even as it alienated others. By 1996, the Taliban marched into Kabul, ousting the remnants of the Mujahideen government and declaring the establishment of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. However, their rule was marked by brutality. Public executions, suppression of women's rights, and the destruction of cultural heritage, including the ancient Buddhas of Bamiyan, drew international condemnation. The Taliban's harboring of foreign extremists, including Osama bin Laden, set the stage for Afghanistan's next chapter, a dark turn with global repercussions. As the Taliban solidified their hold on Afghanistan, the country became a sanctuary for extremist groups. Osama bin Laden, now a prominent figure in the global jihadist movement, established training camps across the Afghan countryside. These camps attracted recruits from around the world, transforming Afghanistan into a nexus of transnational terrorism. In the mountain strongholds of Tora Bora, bin Laden refined his vision of a global jihad. He formed Al-Qaeda, an organization that sought to carry out attacks against the United States and its allies. The Taliban, ideologically aligned but focused on their domestic agenda, provided bin Laden with safe harbor, ignoring the international outcry. The world watched with growing alarm. Reports from intelligence agencies highlighted the growing threat emanating from Afghanistan, but the international community remained hesitant to intervene. For the people of Afghanistan, the presence of foreign fighters was a double-edged sword. While some saw them as allies in the fight against external powers, others viewed them as a destabilizing force that deepened the nation's isolation. By the late 1990s, Al-Qaeda's influence expanded beyond Afghanistan's borders. Their involvement in high-profile attacks, including the bombings of U.S. embassies in East Africa in 1998, signaled their intent to wage war on a global scale. Afghanistan, once a battleground for Cold War proxies, had become the epicenter of a new, more insidious conflict. The turn of the millennium brought little relief to Afghanistan. The Taliban's rule, characterized by strict adherence to their interpretation of Sharia law, left the nation isolated. Sanctions and international pressure took their toll, deepening the economic hardships faced by ordinary Afghans. Yet, the Taliban remained unyielding, their leadership dismissing overtures for reform. In the shadows, Al-Qaeda prepared for an operation that would change the course of history. The September 11, 2001, attacks on the United States were the culmination of years of planning and a direct consequence of the safe haven provided by the Taliban. The events of that day shocked the world, claiming thousands of lives and thrusting Afghanistan back into the global spotlight. The U.S., now led by President George W. Bush, demanded the Taliban hand over bin Laden and dismantle Al-Qaeda's network. When the Taliban refused, citing their code of hospitality, the stage was set for another war. In October 2001, the U.S. and its allies launched Operation Enduring Freedom, targeting Taliban strongholds and Al-Qaeda facilities. For the people of Afghanistan, the invasion was both a promise of liberation and a harbinger of further suffering. Villagers braced for the fallout of airstrikes, while Mujahideen veterans, including Ahmad Shah Massoud supporters, prepared to ally with foreign forces against the Taliban. The storm that had brewed for decades was now poised to unleash its fury on a global stage. October 2001 brought the thunder of war to Afghanistan once more. Operation Enduring Freedom, launched by the United States and its coalition allies, began with a series of devastating airstrikes against Taliban positions. Targets included key cities like Kabul, Kandahar, and Mazar-i-Sharif, as well as the mountain hideouts of Al-Qaeda in Tora Bora. On the ground, the Northern Alliance, a coalition of anti-Taliban forces led by commanders such as Abdul Rashid Dostum and Burhanuddin Rabbani, moved swiftly. With U.S. air support and Special Forces guidance, they recaptured territory long held by the Taliban. In November, the Northern Alliance entered Kabul, and the Taliban government crumbled. The Taliban retreated to their strongholds in the southern provinces, including Kandahar, while Al-Qaeda operatives fled to the rugged mountains near the Pakistan border. In December, Kandahar fell, and Mullah Muhammad Omar disappeared into the shadows, a fugitive leader of a defeated regime. For ordinary Afghans, the fall of the Taliban was met with mixed emotions. There was hope for a better future, but also fear of what would come next. Decades of war had left the country shattered, its people wary of promises and weary from loss. As the dust settled, Afghanistan stood at a crossroads, its destiny uncertain. In December 2001, the focus shifted to the remote caves and ridges of Tora Bora, where intelligence indicated that Osama bin Laden and senior al-Qaeda leaders were hiding. U.S. and Allied forces launched an intensive operation, combining airstrikes with ground assaults by Afghan allies. The terrain was treacherous, steep cliffs and narrow passes that favored the defenders. Al-Qaeda fighters, well-armed and determined, used the caves as natural fortifications. The Americans, relying on local Afghan militias to lead the charge, found themselves hindered by delays and divided loyalties among their allies. The battle raged for weeks, with bombs shaking the mountains and smoke rising from the valleys. As the net tightened, bin Laden and his core followers slipped away, reportedly crossing into Pakistan. The escape was a bitter pill for the U.S. forces, a missed opportunity that would haunt future operations. For the people of Tora Bora, the fighting brought devastation. Villages were leveled, and families were forced to flee into the harsh winter. The echoes of gunfire faded, but the scars remained, a reminder of how deeply the conflict had cut into Afghan lives. With the Taliban toppled, international efforts turned to rebuilding Afghanistan. In December 2001, the Bonn Agreement established an interim government under Hamid Karzai, a leader chosen for his diplomatic skills and tribal connections. Hopes for a new Afghanistan were high, as foreign aid poured in to reconstruct the nation. Kabul began to stir with life once more. Schools reopened, including ones for girls, a significant change after the Taliban suppression of women's education. Markets buzzed with activity, and families who had fled during the war started to return, carrying dreams of a fresh start. Yet, challenges abounded. The countryside remained perilous, with Taliban remnants regrouping and launching sporadic attacks. Corruption plagued the new administration, and tensions among warlords threatened to unravel fragile alliances. For many Afghans, the promise of peace seemed distant, overshadowed by the ghosts of past conflicts. The international community, led by NATO, established the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF, to maintain stability and train Afghan forces. Progress was slow but visible, roads were rebuilt, and health services improved. Despite these strides, Afghanistan's deep wounds required more than infrastructure, they needed trust, unity, and time. By 2005, the optimism of Afghanistan's post-Taliban era began to wane. In the southern provinces, whispers of the Taliban's return grew louder. Mullah Omar, still in hiding, had rebuilt the movement's ranks, recruiting fighters disillusioned by the government's failures and foreign intervention. The Taliban employed guerrilla tactics, launching ambushes and planting roadside bombs to target NATO convoys. In Helmand and Kandahar, the insurgency gained momentum, fueled by opium trade profits and support from across the border in Pakistan. For NATO forces, maintaining control in these regions became an uphill battle. One night in a village near Kandahar, Malik, now a farmer again, heard the distant crack of gunfire. He had survived years of war, but peace felt elusive. His village, caught between Taliban influence and government control, struggled to remain neutral. "We have no side," he told his children. "We only have our land." As the Taliban intensified their attacks, the international coalition faced growing pressure. Troop surges and counterinsurgency strategies were implemented, but the resilience of the insurgency signaled a protracted conflict. Afghanistan's dream of stability was once again overshadowed by the specter of war. The story of Operation Takkar. The year was 1978, and the vast, arid landscapes of Chad became the stage for a conflict that would draw the attention of the world. The Chadian-Libyan conflict, simmering for years, erupted into a fiery struggle, threatening to destabilize the fragile nation of Chad. On February 17, 1978, the forces of the Frontenac, Front de Libération Nationale du Tchad, captured the key town of Fayalajo, sending shockwaves through the Chadian government. With the road to the capital, N'Djamena, wide open, the nation faced an existential threat. France, bound by historical ties and strategic interests, decided to intervene. This decision birthed Operation Takad, a mission to stabilize Chad and support its army against the advancing insurgents. Over the next 2 years, a brutal and complex conflict unfolded, shaping the destinies of soldiers, civilians, and leaders on both sides. It was not merely a war of guns and strategies but a battle of wills under the scorching Sahara sun. In the early hours of February 17, 1978, the town of Fayalajo fell silent under the onslaught of Frontenac fighters. The town, strategically located in northern Chad, had long been a critical supply point and a symbol of resistance. For days, the Chadian garrison had fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. The insurgents moved swiftly, overwhelming defenses and forcing the retreat of the remaining soldiers. For the civilians of Fayalajo, the capture was not merely a military defeat but a harbinger of chaos. Families fled southward, carrying whatever they could on their backs. The desert became a cruel companion, offering no solace to the displaced. The news of the town's fall spread like wildfire, reaching N'Djamena within hours. Panic gripped the capital as the Chadian government scrambled to muster a response. In Paris, the French government held an emergency session. President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing faced a delicate decision. Intervention would mean committing French forces to yet another African conflict. However, the stakes were high. Chad's stability was critical to French interests in the region, and Frontenac's success could embolden other insurgencies across the continent. The decision was clear: France would act. Thus began the planning for Operation Takad, a mission unlike any other. France would deploy its professional units, including the 9th Marine Infantry Brigade, to bolster the Chadian army and halt the insurgents' advance. But as the plans unfolded, the desert winds carried whispers of greater challenges to come. The French soldiers of the 9th Marine Infantry Brigade were no strangers to conflict. Veterans of operations in Africa and beyond, they were a hardened group of professionals. By the end of February 1978, the first contingent landed in N'Djamena. The city, a bustling yet fragile hub of Chad's political and economic life, now braced itself for war. For Captain Pierre Laurent, commanding a unit of the 3rd Marine Infantry Regiment, 3rd RIMA, the mission was clear: hold the line and prevent the insurgents from reaching the capital. As his men unloaded supplies and vehicles from transport planes, they couldn't help but notice the anxious faces of the locals. Many Chadians saw the French as saviors, while others viewed them as remnants of colonial control. The initial days were spent organizing defenses and training Chadian troops. The French officers quickly realized the challenges ahead. Chad's army was poorly equipped and lacked the cohesion needed to face a determined enemy like Frontenac. Yet, under the shadow of war, alliances were forged, and a fragile camaraderie began to grow. Meanwhile, Frontenac forces continued their march southward, emboldened by their victory at Fayalajo. Their leader, Bukuni Uediai, a shrewd and ambitious strategist, sought to deliver a decisive blow to the Chadian government. For him, N'Djamena was the ultimate prize, a symbol of authority that, once captured, would cement his power. March 1978. The desert, vast and unforgiving, became the theater of war. French reconnaissance units began patrolling the northern regions, gathering intelligence on Frontenac movements. Each mission carried immense risk, as the insurgents were adept at ambushes and guerrilla tactics. In one such patrol, Lieutenant Jean-Claude Moreau led a convoy deep into the desert. The sun blazed overhead, and the sand seemed to stretch endlessly. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, a report of enemy activity nearby. The soldiers tensed, scanning the horizon for signs of movement. The ambush came swiftly. Insurgent fighters emerged from the dunes, their trucks kicking up plumes of dust. Gunfire erupted, piercing the stillness of the desert. The French soldiers, though outnumbered, fought back with precision and discipline. Lieutenant Moreau's leadership was crucial, directing his men to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. When the dust settled, the insurgents had retreated, leaving behind the wreckage of their vehicles. It was a small victory, but it highlighted the challenges of the mission. The desert was not just a battleground, it was a living, breathing adversary. As March turned into April 1978, the French forces worked tirelessly to fortify the defenses around N'Djamena. The Chadian government, under immense pressure, relied heavily on French expertise to stabilize the fragile front lines. Trenches were dug, outposts established, and supply routes secured. Yet, the battle ahead would demand more than physical defenses, it required building trust among uneasy allies. Captain Laurent spent his days alongside Chadian soldiers, bridging cultural and linguistic gaps. For many Chadian recruits, the French presence was a double-edged sword, a lifeline to survival but a reminder of colonial ties. Laurent understood this and made it a point to lead by example, sharing meals with the men, laughing at their jokes, and listening to their fears. Slowly, mutual respect began to grow. Meanwhile, back in Paris, debates raged about the scope of French involvement. Critics questioned the long-term strategy of Operation Takkad, warning of the dangers of becoming entangled in a protracted conflict. But for the soldiers on the ground, the mission was personal. Each skirmish, each village secured, felt like a small step toward preserving a fragile peace. As the fortifications around N'Djamena neared completion, reports from the front lines grew increasingly dire. Fraulenac forces had captured several smaller towns and were inching closer to the capital. The Chadian army, though bolstered by French support, struggled to hold the line. The war was escalating, and the shadow of a full-scale battle loomed ever closer. To the east of N'Djamena lay the town of Abesh, a strategic outpost that connected the capital to the country's rural heartland. In April 1978, Fraulenac launched a coordinated assault on the town, seeking to cut off supply lines and further isolate the Chadian government. For the French and Chadian forces, defending Abesh became a priority. Lieutenant Moreau, fresh from his harrowing patrols in the desert, was tasked with leading a convoy to reinforce the town's defenses. The journey was fraught with danger, as insurgents controlled much of the surrounding territory. Traveling under the cover of darkness, the convoy moved cautiously, headlights off to avoid detection. When Moreau and his men arrived, they found the town in disarray. The local militia, poorly armed and disorganized, had barely managed to hold the insurgents at bay. Women and children huddled in makeshift shelters, their faces etched with fear. The French soldiers immediately went to work, establishing defensive positions and rallying the militia. The siege lasted for days. Fraulenac fighters launched relentless attacks, using hit-and-run tactics to wear down the defenders. Moreau's leadership was put to the test as he coordinated counterattacks and inspired his men to stand their ground. In the end, the combined efforts of the French and Chadian forces repelled the insurgents, but the victory came at a cost. Several soldiers were lost, and the town bore the scars of war. By May 1978, the strain of war began to take its toll on all sides. Hospitals in N'Djamena overflowed with wounded soldiers and civilians. French medics worked side by side with Chadian doctors, tending to the injured with limited resources. Each patient told a story of courage and tragedy: a young soldier who had lost his leg in a landmine explosion, a mother who had shielded her child during a bombardment, a boy who had carried water to the front lines. Among the wounded was Sergeant François Delacroix, a seasoned French soldier who had been injured during the siege of Abèche. As he lay in the makeshift hospital, he reflected on the horrors he had witnessed and the camaraderie that had kept him going. Around him, the ward buzzed with activity as nurses moved from one bed to another, offering words of comfort to the suffering. For the civilians, the war had disrupted every aspect of life. Markets stood empty, schools were closed, and villages were abandoned. Yet, amidst the despair, acts of kindness shone through. Families shared what little food they had, and strangers became friends in the face of adversity. Back at the French headquarters, commanders reviewed the situation with growing concern. Frolinat showed no signs of slowing down, and the challenges of operating in a vast, hostile terrain were mounting. Plans were drawn for a major offensive to push the insurgents back, but the success of such an operation was far from guaranteed. In June 1978, the French and Chadian forces launched Operation Thunderstorm, a daring campaign aimed at reclaiming lost territory and disrupting Frolinat's momentum. The operation required meticulous planning and precise execution. Reconnaissance missions identified key insurgent strongholds, and airstrikes were coordinated to soften enemy defenses. The operation began with a surprise attack on a Frolinat base near the town of Adi. Under the cover of night, French paratroopers descended from the skies, catching the insurgents off guard. Explosions lit up the desert as French jets bombarded enemy positions, paving the way for ground troops to move in. Among the paratroopers was Corporal Louis Bernard, a young soldier experiencing his first taste of combat. As he advanced through the chaos, he felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. The crackle of gunfire and the shouts of his comrades filled the air as they fought to secure the base. By dawn, the stronghold was in French hands, but the battle was far from over. The success of Operation Thunderstorm marked a turning point in the conflict. For the first time, Frolinat's advance had been decisively halted, and the insurgents were forced to retreat. Yet, the victory was tempered by the realization that the war was far from over. The desert, with its unforgiving terrain and hidden dangers, remained an ever-present challenge. July 1978 brought the focus to Mongo, a critical town in central Chad that connected the northern and southern regions. Strategically significant, it was the next target for Frolinat, whose forces regrouped after their defeat during Operation Thunderstorm. For the French and Chadian coalition, holding Mongo was paramount to maintaining the fragile stability they had achieved. Captain Laurent led a convoy to Mongo, tasked with reinforcing its defenses and rallying the local militia. The journey was treacherous. Sandstorms swept across the landscape, reducing visibility to mere meters, while insurgents lurked in the shadows, ready to ambush unwary travelers. The convoy pressed on, determined to reach Mongo before it was too late. Upon arrival, they found the town on edge. The militia, outnumbered and ill-equipped, welcomed the reinforcements with a mix of relief and desperation. Captain Laurent wasted no time organizing defensive positions, setting up checkpoints, and establishing a communication network. The people of Mongo, though weary of war, rallied behind their defenders, providing food and shelter to the troops. The attack came in the dead of night. Frolinat fighters, using the cover of darkness, launched a fierce assault. Explosions shattered the silence, and gunfire echoed through the streets. For hours, the defenders held their ground, repelling wave after wave of insurgents. By dawn, the attack had been thwarted, but Mongo bore the scars of battle. The victory was hard-fought, a testament to the resilience of the defenders and the unity of the town. Defeated at Mongo and Adi, Fraulenac began to adapt its tactics. Instead of direct confrontations, the insurgents turned to guerrilla warfare, targeting supply lines, ambushing patrols, and terrorizing villages. This shift posed a new challenge for the French and Chadian forces, who now had to defend an invisible front line stretching across the vast desert. Lieutenant Moreau was tasked with leading counterinsurgency operations. His unit, experienced in desert warfare, began conducting small-scale raids to disrupt Fraulenac's activities. The missions were grueling. Days were spent traversing the unforgiving terrain, often under the scorching sun, with supplies running low and danger lurking at every turn. In one such operation, Moreau's unit uncovered a hidden Fraulenac camp deep in the desert. The insurgents, caught off guard, attempted to flee, but the French soldiers moved swiftly, capturing key leaders and seizing valuable intelligence. The victory provided a much-needed morale boost but also revealed the extent of Fraulenac's network. The insurgents were well organized and well supplied, their reach extending far beyond what the coalition had anticipated. The intelligence gathered from the raid indicated that Fraulenac had established supply routes with external backers, including Libya. This revelation added a new dimension to the conflict, as the French government began to explore diplomatic and military measures to cut off these lifelines. As the months wore on, whispers of Libyan involvement grew louder. Goukouni Ouediaï, Fraulenac's leader, was known to have connections with Libyan strongman Muammar Gaddafi, whose ambitions in Chad were no secret. For Gaddafi, supporting Fraulenac was both a strategic move to expand Libya's influence and a challenge to French dominance in the region. In Paris, this development triggered urgent discussions among French political and military leaders. The possibility of facing a proxy war with Libya was a sobering thought. President Giscard d'Estaing authorized an expansion of Operation Takat, including increased air support and the deployment of additional troops. On the ground, the signs of Libyan involvement became evident. French patrols encountered insurgents armed with advanced weaponry, including anti-aircraft guns and landmines that bore Libyan markings. Reports from captured Fraulenac fighters confirmed suspicions of Libyan training and funding. For Captain Laurent and his men, this added a new layer of complexity to their mission. They were no longer fighting a local insurgency but a regional conflict with international ramifications. The stakes had never been higher, and the desert seemed to grow even more hostile with each passing day. The small town of Salal, located near Chad's northern border, became the next flashpoint in the conflict. By September 1978, Fraulenac had massed its forces in the region, threatening to overrun the town and establish a stronghold for further operations. Salal was critical not only for its location but also for its role as a supply hub for the Chadian army. French reconnaissance planes confirmed the buildup of insurgent forces, prompting an urgent response. A joint operation was launched, with French paratroopers and Chadian infantry mobilized to defend the town. Among them was Corporal Louis Bernard, who had earned recognition for his bravery during Operation Thunderstorm. The battle for Salal was intense and chaotic. Fraulenac fighters, emboldened by their new weaponry, launched a series of coordinated attacks, testing the resolve of the defenders. French Mirage jets strafed enemy positions, while ground troops engaged in fierce firefights to hold the line. Corporal Bernard found himself in the thick of the action, leading his squad through a hail of bullets to secure a strategic vantage point. The young soldier's determination inspired those around him, and his actions helped turn the tide of the battle. By the end of the day, Salal remained in coalition hands, but the cost was high. October 1978 brought a brief but uneasy lull in the fighting. After the intense battles for Mongo and Salal, both sides took time to regroup. For the French and Chadian forces, it was an opportunity to fortify their positions and strategize for the coming offensives. For Frontenac, it was a chance to consolidate their scattered forces and prepare for their next move. The desert, however, was relentless. The heat, sandstorms, and isolation took a toll on everyone. Soldiers battled not only their enemies but also exhaustion and dehydration. The French troops, though better equipped to handle the conditions, found their morale tested. Letters from home became cherished treasures, and moments of camaraderie offered fleeting relief from the harsh realities of war. Among the troops, Sergeant Delacroix, still recovering from his injuries, took on a mentoring role. He spent his days sharing stories of past campaigns and encouraging younger soldiers like Corporal Bernard. For Bernard, these moments of mentorship were a lifeline, helping him find strength amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, intelligence reports hinted at a major Frontenac operation brewing in the north. The insurgents were regrouping, possibly with Libyan reinforcements. The French commanders knew the lull would not last long. The storm was coming, and they had to be ready. By November 1978, the signs of an impending offensive were clear. Reports of Frontenac convoys moving southward reached French headquarters, and aerial surveillance confirmed the buildup of insurgent forces near the town of Biltine. The coalition forces braced themselves for a decisive confrontation. Captain Laurent was tasked with leading a preemptive strike to disrupt the enemy's preparations. His unit, a mix of French paratroopers and Chadian infantry, embarked on a daring mission deep into enemy territory. The plan was simple: strike hard and fast, then withdraw before Frontenac could mount a counterattack. The mission began under the cover of darkness. Moving swiftly across the dunes, Laurent's unit approached the enemy camp undetected. The attack was sudden and brutal. Explosions lit up the night as French commandos targeted ammunition depots and supply trucks. Chaos erupted in the Frontenac camp as insurgents scrambled to respond. The raid was a success, dealing a significant blow to Frontenac's plans. However, the retreat was not without peril. Insurgent reinforcements arrived, pursuing Laurent's unit as they made their way back to friendly territory. It was a harrowing escape, but the mission achieved its objective. For now, the storm had been delayed. Despite the setback, Frontenac pressed on with their plans. By December 1978, their forces had gathered near Biltine, determined to make a stand. For the French and Chadian coalition, this was a critical moment. If Biltine fell, it would open a direct route to N'Djamena, jeopardizing the entire operation. The coalition prepared for an all-out defense. French engineers worked tirelessly to fortify the town, while Chadian reinforcements poured in. The people of Biltine, though fearful, stood united with their defenders, offering whatever support they could. The battle began at dawn. Frontenac launched a massive assault, using their superior numbers and Libyan-supplied weaponry to overwhelm the defenses. The French and Chadian forces held firm, coordinating their efforts to repel the enemy. Mirage jets roared overhead, delivering devastating airstrikes, while ground troops fought valiantly to hold the line. In the chaos, Corporal Bernard found himself separated from his squad. Taking shelter behind a crumbling wall, he radioed for support while fending off waves of attackers. His bravery and quick thinking saved his position, buying time for reinforcements to arrive. By nightfall, the coalition forces had secured a hard-fought victory. The insurgents, battered and demoralized, retreated into the desert. Biltine remained in coalition hands, but the cost was steep. The town lay in ruins, and many lives had been lost. As 1978 drew to a close, the toll of the conflict became increasingly evident. For Captain Laurent, the memories of the past year weighed heavily on his mind. Each battle had claimed the lives of men he had trained and fought alongside. The burden of leadership grew heavier with each passing day. Back in France, the public grew divided over the country's involvement in Chad. While some supported the mission, others questioned its purpose and the cost of human lives. For the soldiers on the ground, these debates felt distant and detached from the realities they faced daily. In N'Djamena, Sergeant Delacroix, now recovering at a field hospital, found solace in writing letters to his family. His words painted a vivid picture of the war, a blend of chaos, courage, and resilience. For him, these letters were a way to process the trauma and stay connected to the life he had left behind. The year ended with a fragile sense of hope. The coalition had held its ground, but the war was far from over. Fraulenac, though weakened, remained a formidable threat. And as whispers of increased Libyan involvement persisted, the shadow of escalation loomed large over the desert. January 1979 began with a sense of uneasy anticipation. After a year of intense fighting, the French and Chadian forces had managed to secure key towns and disrupt Fraulenac's momentum. Yet, the insurgents showed no signs of surrender. Intelligence reports indicated that Fraulenac had regrouped and was planning another major offensive, with significant support from Libyan forces. For Captain Laurent, this was a pivotal moment. The French commander gathered his officers to discuss a new strategy, a decisive operation aimed at crippling Fraulenac's supply lines and leadership. The risks were immense, but so were the potential rewards. The plan, dubbed Operation Iron Wind, would test the limits of the coalition's endurance. Meanwhile, in the northern deserts, Fraulenac's leader, Gukuni Uediag, convened his commanders. He had grown increasingly bold, bolstered by Libyan support and the belief that time was on his side. His forces prepared for a push toward N'Djamena, determined to break the coalition's hold once and for all. As both sides prepared for the coming clash, the people of Chad braced themselves for another year of uncertainty and hardship. For them, the war was not about strategy or politics, it was a daily struggle for survival. In February 1979, Operation Iron Wind was launched. The operation's goal was to strike deep into enemy-held territory, targeting Fraulenac's command centers and supply routes. The coalition forces, now well-versed in desert warfare, moved with precision and speed. Captain Laurent led a column of French and Chadian troops into the heart of Fraulenac's territory. The journey was grueling, with temperatures soaring during the day and plummeting at night. The soldiers relied on their training and each other, knowing that any misstep could spell disaster. The first target was a supply depot hidden in a remote desert valley. Using intelligence gathered from previous raids, the coalition forces launched a surprise attack. The battle was fierce but brief, as the defenders were caught off guard. Explosions rocked the valley as ammunition caches were destroyed, and vehicles set ablaze. The success of the operation sent shockwaves through Fraulenac's ranks. For the first time, their supply chain was severely disrupted, and their leaders forced to reconsider their strategy. However, the operation also revealed the extent of Libyan involvement, with captured documents detailing shipments of arms and equipment from Tripoli. The evidence of Libyan support for Fraulenac could no longer be ignored. French intelligence confirmed that Muammar Gaddafi was providing weapons, training, and funding to the insurgents as part of his broader ambitions in Africa. This revelation escalated the conflict into an international crisis. In Paris, President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing addressed the nation, outlining the stakes of the war in Chad. France, he declared, would not allow foreign powers to destabilize its allies in Africa. The government approved additional resources for Operation Takad, including more troops and advanced weaponry. For the soldiers on the ground, the Libyan connection added a new layer of urgency. They were no longer fighting a local insurgency but a proxy war with far-reaching implications. The coalition forces intensified their efforts to cut off Frolinat supply lines, targeting convoys and border crossings. In Libya, Gaddafi dismissed French efforts as futile. He doubled down on his support for Frolinat, believing that the insurgents could still achieve victory. The stage was set for a prolonged and bloody confrontation, with Chad caught in the middle. As the war raged on, the internal dynamics of Chad grew increasingly complex. The Chadian government, though supported by France, faced mounting challenges. Political divisions and ethnic tensions threatened to undermine the fragile unity needed to sustain the war effort. President Felix Malem struggled to maintain control. His leadership was often questioned, and his decisions scrutinized. Within his cabinet, disagreements over strategy and governance created rifts that weakened the government's position. Meanwhile, the people of Chad grew weary of the endless conflict, their patience tested by years of instability. Despite these challenges, moments of resilience and solidarity emerged. Communities came together to support the soldiers, providing food, shelter, and information. Religious leaders preached messages of hope and unity, reminding their followers that peace was still possible. For Captain Laurent and his men, these glimpses of humanity were a source of inspiration. Each act of kindness, each gesture of support, reaffirmed their commitment to the mission. They knew the road ahead would be difficult, but they were determined to see it through. March 1979 brought one of the most significant battles of the conflict, the Battle of Hajar. Located on the Bahr Ouk River, Hajar was a strategic town that controlled access to eastern Chad. Frolinat forces, supported by Libyan advisors, launched a massive assault, aiming to seize the town and establish a foothold in the region. The coalition forces, led by Captain Laurent, prepared for a fierce defense. Reinforcements were rushed to the area, and defensive positions fortified. French Mirage jets patrolled the skies, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The stage was set for a showdown that would determine the fate of eastern Chad. The battle began at dawn, with Frolinat launching a coordinated assault. Waves of insurgents advanced on the town, their movement supported by artillery and armored vehicles supplied by Libya. The defenders, outnumbered but determined, held their ground, using the terrain to their advantage. For hours, the battle raged on. Corporal Bernard, now a seasoned soldier, found himself leading his squad in a desperate counterattack to reclaim a key position. His bravery and quick thinking turned the tide, allowing the coalition forces to regroup and push back the insurgents. By nightfall, the coalition had secured a hard-fought victory. The insurgents retreated, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Hajar remained in coalition hands, but the cost was high. The town lay in ruins, and many lives were lost. For the soldiers, it was a stark reminder of the sacrifices required to defend Chad. The victory at Hajar came with a bitter taste. Though Frolinat had been pushed back, the town was left in devastation. Entire neighborhoods were reduced to rubble, and the riverbanks that once teemed with life were eerily quiet. Civilians who had survived the siege wandered the streets, searching for lost family members or salvaging what little they could. Captain Laurent stood at the edge of the town, his face grim. The success of the operation was undeniable, but the cost weighed heavily on him. He ordered his men to assist with relief efforts, organizing food distribution and coordinating with Chadian officials to evacuate the wounded. For the soldiers, these moments of humanity were a brief respite from the horrors of war. News of the battle spread quickly, bolstering morale among the coalition forces and instilling hope in the Chadian government. However, for Frauenat, the loss was a harsh setback. Gukuni Uediai's forces retreated to the northern desert, licking their wounds and planning their next move. In Paris, the victory was celebrated as proof of the efficacy of Operation Takar. Yet, French leaders knew that the conflict was far from over. With Libyan support still flowing to the insurgents, the path to peace remained fraught with challenges. April 1979 saw a shift in Frauenat's strategy. Weakened by their losses, the insurgents resorted to guerrilla tactics, launching surprise attacks on convoys, ambushing patrols, and sabotaging infrastructure. These shadowy operations created a constant state of tension for the coalition forces, who struggled to anticipate the insurgents' next moves. Lieutenant Moreau, now a seasoned desert fighter, led several counterinsurgency missions. His unit operated deep in the desert, tracking Frauenat fighters and dismantling their supply networks. These missions were grueling, requiring long hours of travel through unforgiving terrain and constant vigilance against ambushes. In one such operation, Moreau's unit uncovered a hidden insurgent base near the Tibesti Mountains. The base served as a critical waypoint for smuggling arms and supplies from Libya. A swift and coordinated assault neutralized the base, dealing another blow to Frauenat's capabilities. However, the victory came at a cost, with several soldiers injured during the intense firefight. The successes of these missions demonstrated the coalition's growing proficiency in desert warfare. Yet, the insurgents' resilience reminded everyone that the war was far from over. The sands of the Sahara continued to shift, hiding dangers that could emerge at any moment. By mid-1979, the toll of the conflict was evident on all sides. For the French soldiers, the long deployments, harsh conditions, and constant danger had worn down morale. Letters from home became lifelines, offering glimpses of normalcy amidst the chaos. Among them, Corporal Bernard clung to a photograph of his family, a small but powerful reminder of what he was fighting to protect. In N'Djamena, the Chadian government faced mounting pressure to bring an end to the war. President Malam's administration struggled to maintain unity, as political factions and ethnic divisions threatened to tear the country apart. Despite the challenges, the government continued to rely on French support, knowing that without it, the fight against Frauenat would falter. For the civilians, the war was a daily struggle for survival. Markets were empty, schools were closed, and villages were abandoned. Yet, even in the darkest moments, there were glimmers of hope. Acts of kindness, such as sharing food or shelter, reminded people of their shared humanity. Back in Libya, Gaddafi doubled down on his support for Frauenat, providing advanced weaponry and training. His ambitions extended beyond Chad, as he sought to position Libya as a dominant power in Africa. For the coalition, this escalating involvement posed an ever-growing threat. The desert town of Fayolarjo, where the conflict had begun in early 1978, once again became the focus of military operations. Frauenat had fortified their positions in the area, using it as a staging ground for attacks in northern Chad. For the coalition, retaking Fayolarjo was a critical objective. In June 1979, a major operation was launched to reclaim the town. French forces, supported by Chadian troops, advanced toward Fayolarjo under the command of Captain Laurent. The operation was fraught with challenges, as the insurgents had mined the approaches and established defensive strongholds. The battle began with a series of airstrikes, as French Mirage jets targeted key insurgent positions. On the ground, coalition forces moved cautiously, clearing mines and engaging enemy fighters in close-quarters combat. The heat was oppressive, and the swirling sand made visibility a constant struggle. Despite these obstacles, the coalition forces pressed on. Corporal Bernard, now a respected squad leader, played a crucial role in securing a key stronghold on the outskirts of the town. His determination and leadership inspired his men to push forward, even in the face of heavy resistance. By the end of the week, Feuillage was back in coalition hands. The victory marked a significant turning point, as it denied Frontenac one of their most important bases. However, the battle also underscored the sacrifices required to achieve such gains. For Captain Laurent, the sight of the battered town served as a sobering reminder of the cost of war. The retaking of Feuillage in June 1979 sent ripples through the region. For the coalition forces, it was a hard-won success that demonstrated their resilience and tactical superiority. However, for Captain Laurent and his men, it was also a reminder that every victory in this war came at a cost. The town was a shadow of its former self. Buildings lay in ruins, and its people, displaced and frightened, began to trickle back cautiously. French engineers were dispatched to clear remaining mines and repair essential infrastructure, while Chadian soldiers worked to restore order. Despite these efforts, the scars of war lingered. Meanwhile, Frontenac retreated deeper into the desert, regrouping and shifting its tactics yet again. Goukouni-Ouediai, angered but undeterred, promised his followers that the struggle was far from over. With Libyan backing still strong, the insurgents began planning a new series of operations aimed at regaining lost ground. In Paris, news of the victory at Feuillage brought a mix of relief and renewed concern. While the French government celebrated the success of Operation Takar, they remained wary of Libya's growing involvement. Plans for increased support, including additional air assets and logistical aid, were set in motion. By July 1979, the coalition forces faced a new challenge: a rise in insurgent sabotage operations. Bridges were destroyed, supply depots were bombed, and communication lines were cut, disrupting the coalition's ability to coordinate effectively. These attacks, though small in scale, had a significant impact on morale and logistics. Lieutenant Moreau, now well-versed in counterinsurgency tactics, was tasked with leading a special unit to counter these threats. His team operated in the shadows, gathering intelligence, intercepting insurgent plans, and dismantling their networks. It was a dangerous and often thankless job, but it was critical to the coalition's success. In one operation, Moreau's team intercepted a Frontenac cell planning to sabotage a key supply convoy. The mission, conducted under the cover of night, involved a tense firefight in a remote canyon. The insurgents were neutralized, but not without casualties. Moreau's determination and leadership earned him the respect of his men, but the weight of the losses was always present. The sabotage operations also highlighted the insurgents' resourcefulness. Despite their setbacks, Frontenac continued to find ways to challenge the coalition. For Captain Laurent, these tactics served as a stark reminder that the war was not just about territory, it was about endurance. While the battles raged on in Chad, diplomatic efforts to address the conflict gained momentum. In August 1979, representatives from Chad, France, and Libya met in neutral territory to discuss potential resolutions. The talks were tense, with each side wary of the other's intentions. For Libya, Gaddafi presented himself as a protector of African sovereignty, claiming his support for Frontenac was a response to French neocolonialism. The French delegation, meanwhile, emphasized their role in stabilizing Chad and countering foreign interference. Chad's representatives, led by President Félix Malem, walked a fine line, seeking international support while asserting their nation's independence. The negotiations yielded little progress. Libya refused to withdraw its support for Frontenac, and France remained committed to its military operations. However, the talks did provide a glimpse into the broader stakes of the conflict. For the people of Chad, the war was no longer just a national struggle, it had become a proxy battleground for global powers. Despite the lack of tangible outcomes, the talks set the stage for future diplomatic efforts. Both sides knew that the conflict could not be won on the battlefield alone. Yet, for the soldiers on the ground, these discussions felt distant and disconnected from the realities they faced daily. By September 1979, Frontenac launched a bold move to recapture the town of Adi, a strategic location critical for controlling central Chad. The insurgents, emboldened by recent reinforcements from Libya, laid siege to the town, cutting off supply lines and bombarding its defenses. For Captain Laurent, the defense of Adi became a race against time. Reinforcements from N'Djamena were days away, and the coalition forces already stationed in the town were stretched thin. The civilians, too, were trapped, hiding in makeshift shelters as the sound of gunfire echoed through the streets. The coalition forces prepared for a desperate defense. Using every resource available, they fortified key positions and coordinated with French air support. Mirage jets struck insurgent strongholds on the outskirts of the town, buying precious time for the defenders. The siege culminated in a brutal, three-day battle. Frontenac fighters launched relentless assaults, testing the coalition's resolve. Corporal Bernard, now a seasoned leader, found himself leading his squad in a counterattack to reclaim a critical supply route. His courage and tactical skill turned the tide, allowing reinforcements to break through and lift the siege. When the dust settled, Adi remained in coalition hands. The victory was celebrated as a testament to the defenders' bravery, but the scars of the battle were visible everywhere. For the people of Adi, the siege was a grim reminder of the war's toll on their lives. By late 1979, signs of change began to emerge in the conflict. Frontenac, weakened by repeated defeats and internal divisions, faced mounting pressure to adapt or risk collapse. Goukouni Ouediai's leadership was increasingly questioned, as rival factions within the insurgency vied for power. For the coalition, these divisions presented both opportunities and challenges. French intelligence sought to exploit the fractures within Frontenac, fostering dissent and undermining its cohesion. However, the prospect of a fragmented insurgency also raised concerns about the long-term stability of Chad. In N'Djamena, President Malem faced his own challenges. The strain of the war had taken a toll on his administration, and calls for political reform grew louder. For many Chadians, the war had become a symbol of deeper issues, ethnic divisions, economic hardship, and a lack of representation. As the year drew to a close, the coalition forces prepared for the next phase of the conflict. The victories of 1979 had demonstrated their strength, but the path to peace remained uncertain. For Captain Laurent, Lieutenant Moreau, Corporal Bernard, and the countless others caught in the war's grip, the struggle was far from over. January 1980 marked the beginning of a critical year for the conflict. While Frontenac had suffered setbacks in 1979, they were far from defeated. Emboldened by Libya's continued support, insurgent forces regrouped in the northern deserts, setting their sights once again on Chad's capital, N'Djamena. The coalition braced for what many believed would be the final and most decisive chapter of the war. For Captain Laurent, the task of defending N'Djamena weighed heavily. The city had become a symbol of the Chadian government's resilience. Losing it would mean losing the war. Coalition forces fortified the capital with layers of defensive lines, prepared for the worst. The first weeks of January were marked by insurgent skirmishes aimed at testing the coalition's defenses. These attacks were repelled with relative ease, but the tension in the city was palpable. Civilians began to flee southward, while those who remained stocked up on supplies and prayed for peace. In the midst of these preparations, French intelligence intercepted alarming reports. A large Frontenac force was gathering near Massaguet, just 80 kilometers from N'Djamena. The coalition prepared for a major confrontation, knowing that the coming weeks would determine the outcome of the war. In February 1980, the coalition launched a preemptive strike against Frontenac's forces near Massaguet. The operation was a high-stakes gamble, designed to neutralize the insurgents before they could reach the capital. French and Chadian troops, supported by Mirage jets, advanced with precision and determination. The battle was fierce. Frontenac, bolstered by Libyan advisors and equipment, resisted with ferocity. The desert became a chaotic battleground, with explosions and gunfire echoing across the sands. For the coalition, every meter gained was hard-fought. Corporal Bernard, now a seasoned squad leader, led his men in securing a key ridge overlooking the battlefield. His tactical acumen and unwavering courage inspired his comrades, earning him respect among both French and Chadian troops. By the end of the day, the coalition forces had achieved their objective. Frontenac's positions were overrun, and their forces scattered. The victory at Massaguet was a turning point, halting the insurgents' advance toward N'Djamena. For the first time, it seemed that the tide of the war had decisively turned in favor of the coalition. The victory at Massaguet exposed the depth of Libyan involvement in the conflict. Captured documents revealed detailed plans and correspondence between Frontenac and Libyan officials. For France, this was a stark confirmation that the war in Chad was not just a local struggle but a proxy battle in a broader geopolitical contest. In Paris, President Giscard d'Estaing faced mounting pressure to confront Libya directly. Public opinion was divided, with some calling for an end to French involvement and others urging stronger action against Gaddafi. The French government responded by increasing support for Operation Takkad, including additional airstrikes targeting Libyan supply routes. For the soldiers on the ground, the escalation was both a blessing and a curse. While the increased support bolstered their efforts, it also heightened the stakes. Every battle became a statement, not just to Frontenac but to the world. In Libya, Gaddafi dismissed France's actions as futile, vowing to continue supporting Frontenac until Chad was liberated. The stage was set for a prolonged standoff, with no clear end in sight. By March 1980, the conflict reached its climax. Despite their losses at Massaguet, Frontenac launched a desperate assault on N'Djamena, hoping to break the coalition's hold on the capital. The siege was a brutal, month-long struggle that tested the resolve of both sides. Coalition forces had prepared for this moment. Defensive lines encircled the city, and every soldier knew their role. French mirages patrolled the skies, while artillery units targeted insurgent positions outside the city. The people of N'Djamena, though fearful, showed remarkable resilience, supporting the defenders with whatever resources they could spare. The battle raged day and night. Frontenac used hit-and-run tactics to weaken the coalition's defenses, but each attack was met with fierce resistance. Captain Laurent coordinated the defense with precision, his calm demeanor inspiring confidence among his troops. For Corporal Bernard, the siege was a defining moment. Leading his squad in a series of counterattacks, he demonstrated exceptional bravery, earning him a recommendation for commendation. His actions helped secure key positions, preventing the insurgents from breaching the city's defenses. By the end of March, the siege was broken. Frontenac's forces, exhausted and demoralized, retreated into the desert. The coalition had held N'Djamena, and the Chadian government remained intact. The defeat at N'Djamena marked the beginning of the end for Frolinet. With their forces scattered and their leadership fractured, the insurgents struggled to maintain cohesion. Internal divisions, fueled by rivalries and conflicting goals, further weakened their position. In April 1980, Bukuni Uedi's faction faced a major split as several commanders defected, seeking negotiations with the Chadian government. These defections, coupled with continued coalition operations, effectively neutralized Frolinet as a unified force. For Captain Laurent, the collapse of Frolinet was a bittersweet victory. The coalition had achieved its objective, but the cost had been immense. Entire towns lay in ruins, and countless lives had been lost. The road to peace would be long and uncertain. In Paris, Operation Ticade was declared a success. French troops began to withdraw, leaving behind a contingent to support the rebuilding process. The operation had demonstrated France's commitment to its allies but also highlighted the complexities of modern conflict. By May 1980, the fighting had largely subsided. Chad, though still fragile, began the process of recovery. The Chadian government, buoyed by the coalition's efforts, initiated talks to address the country's internal divisions and lay the groundwork for a more stable future. For the soldiers who had fought in the war, the end of Operation Ticade marked the beginning of a new chapter. Captain Laurent returned to France, his leadership celebrated but his heart heavy with the memories of those lost. Corporal Bernard, now a decorated war hero, chose to remain in Chad for a time, helping train Chadian troops and rebuild communities. The people of Chad, though scarred by the conflict, showed remarkable resilience. Markets reopened, schools resumed classes, and displaced families began to return home. The road ahead was uncertain, but the spirit of the Chadian people offered hope for a brighter future. Operation Ticade would be remembered as a testament to the power of cooperation and determination in the face of adversity. It was a story of sacrifice and resilience, a chapter in history that left an indelible mark on all who lived through it.